and it changed everything. Jesus, the King. Now let every heart sing. Glory, glory, glory to the newborn King. Expected Jesus, born to set thy people free from our fears and sins. Release us, let us find our rest in thee.
Born thy people to deliver, born a child and yet a king. You came for me from a child to a king.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, the sky is bright, glory to God in the highest. On the night that Christ was born, shepherds watched their flocks by night. The angels sang with pure delight. There in the manger the Savior has come. On the night that Christ was born, wonderful Counselor, Prince of Peace, Jesus Christ, Son of God, came to set us free. Wonderful Counselor, Prince of
Okay, I think that's better. We added a new microphone and I did not attach it to the system. Let me see what I can do here. Okay, I think we're good now. Yes. All right. Sam Tolbert, Sound of Joy Music Lab. We're actually rocking the new local shirt. You don't see it all. Let's see, how can I change the scene so you can see it? Well, I'll just I'll back this up a little bit. Nope, that's not what I want to touch. I want to show the new logo shirt. Where's my zoom here? Alright, let's bring it. Nope, that's not going to do it. Let's do it like this. Nope, that's not going to do it. Thought I had this thing down tight. Digital zoom and pan. Nope, that's not it. Okay. You gotta trust me on this one. This is the new logo shirt. It just came in the mail just before Christmas, so I got a chance to start taking pictures with it. It is the direction. First of all, thank you for those who are watching. The sound thing kind of threw off how I wanted to start the opening of the last stream for 2025. I was waiting for more to come in. It's part of the reasons why we're making some changes on the channel. But first announcement, who I am: Samuel Tolbert, Sound of Joy, Music Services, Music Lab. I'm a 46-year retired church musician who has played for the Pentecostal Church, Kojic, for the Baptist Church, and my last 19 years were with the United Methodist Church. So I have a well infused background in the various styles of music that would be appropriate for instructing a new generation of church musicians who won't have the access that I had to all the different denominations. And a lot of the they were iconic songs in their times of the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and up until 2019. So this gives me what's the word I want to use? I always try to find the correct word when I'm talking about third person, which is me. I have an authoritative voice in the sound that that serves the church through church music. But I also now have a sound that I am embarking upon of all the other music that wasn't church related, that I didn't play in church. Well, you see that on a lot of my shorts that I'm putting out there. But I also borrowed from, you might sense, to enhance the church music sound. So I am an instructor of church musicians for where they are currently being employed, you might say. This is not something that you just run into and just start doing, but it's good to have someone who has been there, as they say, through the thick and thin, and not just been there on from a gigging sense. My first tenure as a church musician was 25 years in the Church of God in Christ in New York City. So I was immersed in all of the artists of the New York City area. I don't want to name call people, but Butch Hay was a personal friend of mine. Late Reverend Timothy Wright, I worked with him. Bishop Antoine White, his church and my home church fellowship together. Willard Meeks, I would, as a youngster, would watch him play and try to emulate some of my chords. Didn't have the reach of his hands. Oh goodness, so many other artists are going through my mind that I worked with in ministry, and of course my own family, the Tolbert family. If you are aware of, I'll start with the youngest, Richard Tolbert Jr., who is a tremendous praise and worship leader and a singer. He's my second cousin. Richard Tolbert Sr. is my first cousin, Eugene Tolbert. My brother, of course, my oldest brother, Virgis Tolbert. We all have been entrenched in the New York City sound for church music, not just the Kojic Church, but also the Baptist Church. I'm the black sheep of the family. I'm the one that went to the United Methodist Church for respite, you might say, and to have an opportunity to introduce the songs of the 70s to a United Methodist Church, an aging choir who's sung by sheet music, where I got my best playing in, because I was able to create sheet music. Yes, I also do that. I create sheet music for singers. So in this new environment, where I find myself actually approaching year 20, in 2026 will be my 20th year on YouTube, speaking to the emerging church musician community of 20 years ago. I am pivoting what I'm doing on my channel to better compete in the current YouTube environment. That's a mouthful, but we're also going to have some viewer requests, which are on my comment pages. We've been doing viewer requests now since 2020, so we have close to, I think, 650 separate viewer requests in different keys, sometimes for the same song, already on the channel that you can just search through. So that's my monologue opening introduction. I've got to now welcome those that are here. We do have one of our viewers from California. Ms. My Wayne. I believe if I said it incorrectly, please let me know. And of those of you who are coming on, you are welcome to let me know who you are so I can acknowledge you. And want to welcome those who are watching from Musicians in the Gospel Music Ministry on my Facebook page, and also those who are on my personal page as I simulcast these lives on both pages, just to make musicians aware and open to the opportunity of asking questions from a retired guy, the OG. I'm going to accept older guy next year because I will have reached my 70th birthday by April of next year, as my late mother would say, if the Lord says the same. Yet if you look at me, you say, well, this guy is always creating something new for a 70-year-old. Yes, that's my nature. That's been my background as a former IBM technician. I saw the future before it was the future. To me, a lot of what is happening right now, I couldn't talk about. And I still can't talk about a lot of it that's happening right now. But I couldn't wait until we got to this AI world where now all the things that were glimpses that were shown to me of what's coming, I can now participate in it. That's kind of why I'm going in the direction as I am, because I'm embracing technology's changes that's happening not only in the creation of music, but in the also instruction part of it. I want to be a pioneer, as I was back in 2006 when I became on YouTube and I began to have overhead. You see an overhead of the of a screen. Well, I was the first one to do that on YouTube. A lot of people have looked at my page and set up their pages to be able to do the same thing. No problem with that, because the more the merrier as far as sharing information with church musicians and musicians in general. So welcome to all who are watching. We're going to talk about the future of the channel, the direction I'm going in. It's not about I'm looking at going in. I am going in that direction because YouTube has changed. In fact, it just did another change this week that I've got to now incorporate in what I'm doing. YouTube is no longer about subscribers, although they do like for you to go out and encourage subscribers to join your channel. But the new algorithm YouTube uses does not cater to the subscribers. It caters to the average viewer and to brand new channels that are coming on YouTube. Again, I'm an actual legacy channel. When you start reaching that 15-20 year mark, if you haven't created something that people can watch by now, it's time to just call it a hobby and then go out and, you know, as they say, hit a bucket of golf balls, see how far you can hit it. Now, what has happened on my channel, I kept it, as they say, as basic as possible. As you can see, it's just a keyboard, and later on I was able to get the Cordy app when I upgraded my system to be able to run it all at the same time. Many channels had this before me, but I always want to keep it to where you're getting a one-on-one feel and not so much technology. Well, technology has now made it possible where I can not only share with the emerging church musician, but with the jazz musician, with the musician that does trap music, the musician that creates hip hop, because I watch those channels also. I have subscribed to those channels because I want to understand from a music standpoint, what are they doing that I could possibly participate in their learning, and then in my learning how they create things, see whether or not I have a creative sense for that type of music. So I am, as they say, enlarging my coast as far as technology will allow me to do. Now, I'm just checking the count. We have just one here with me. I hope it's still our person from California. But this will be, of course, recorded. And what I will do is I will take this recording and I will post it on the Patreon page. Now, I don't have a link for Patreon on the page, and I should. So let me just do that, because Patreon is going to be a new feature of this channel. Let me bring up that link and put that on here. I'm surprised it's not here. Let me just do this new image. Because Patreon is a site where you have the ability to support me real time and to either to actually subscribe to me so that the work that I'm doing and that I'm continuing to do will be beneficial to you personally and of course to everyone as a group. That was one of the reasons why I had the viewer request, was so that I could break down a lesson for that particular viewer and then share that lesson. There we go. Share that lesson with everyone. Well, I am moving the viewer request to my Patreon site. And part of that, there we go, is the reasons why YouTube, move some of my stuff out the way. YouTube has, in their algorithm, does not share videos I post directly to my subscriber count. Now I have 42,000 subscribers over 20, or going on to year 20, not let's say 19 years. But when I post a video, I don't know how many of those subscribers, even the newer ones who join monthly, are being notified of a new video. It wasn't until I began to do some research through AI, through ChatGPT and Gemini, that I was alerted that YouTube's new algorithm, which took effect in September, I believe, will only, as a new video is posted, it will select a random grouping of viewers to share that video with. If they swipe away, the algorithm says, okay, no one likes this video, so we're not going to post it out. We're not going to share it anymore on anybody's feed. And I questioned, again, the AI, because you can't question YouTube. I believe Gemini is now partially, or almost, well, it's monitoring everything that gets posted on YouTube. They've taken it away from human hands. So there's no one to really say, hey, so you didn't share it with the 40 some odd thousand people who have subscribed to my channel? And the answer that I keep getting back is no. They will not send it. If the first 50 random viewers that they send any post to, if they don't swing on it, if they click away, if they swipe or don't stay longer than 3 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds, if it's a long form, then they won't share the video. And I feel that's very unfair, but those are the new rules. So you see on my site, I think I posted close to 50 shorts in the past 6 weeks, past 4 weeks, because I want to test the algorithm to see whether or not what they are telling me is what I'm being informed. I'll say telling me, what I'm being informed is correct. So you will see a lot of varied shorts. You see me eating Popeyes. You see me taking a football player's victory dance after scoring a touchdown and putting shout music behind it. Here lately, you find me doing R&B chords behind a AI-generated female meme. I am testing the algorithm of YouTube to see whether or not what I've been informed is true. Yes, we're going to do some music, but I'm having this conversation so that you will know why I am transferring a viable section of what I do on YouTube into my Patreon site. Yes, I will still do viewer requests maybe twice a month on a live, but they will not be as in depth as I will do on Patreon, which allows me to even air the actual music video where YouTube won't. I already got a copyright strike for airing something. So I am going to, as I say, put some more skin in the game in the sense of production-wise for a viewer request. But then I want the viewer who wants me to break down a song from them as to the point as possible to also put some skin in the game, you might say, and subscribe to my Patreon site. It's only $5 a month. But you've got close to 190 files already there, songs, videos, all the workbooks that I have are there, all the chord books I have. For $5 a month, you have access to all those files. And that's where you can make your future for 2026 viewer request, where I can now take the entire song and actually do a complete video production of that song, piece by piece, from the beginning, the middle, the chords being used while they're being used. You can hear the chords being played with the actual song to get a better produced insight on from the Patreon site, and you can support me in that same way as it normally would have been through YouTube. Again, the YouTube support makes it possible for me to invest in all this equipment, but now when they're not going to show the videos to my subscribers, that cuts back on the monetary side of what YouTube helped me to be able to do with the lighting, with the headphones, with the computer, with monitors. So I have to now make that pivot. Plus, and this is the exciting side about it, as I am learning the YouTube algorithm, I'm getting thousands of more eyes on my channel, which is which is the reasoning behind what they do, who would have normally not come to my channel. So now I get to make content that someone who maybe is not a church musician, but dabbles in music at heart, will say, well, hey, I'm gonna go to this guy's channel. Oh, he breaks down songs on his Patreon. Well, let me go to the Patreon because I want to get some more of those chords I saw him put on that video. So this is becoming a business. At one time, YouTube was all about people sharing what's going on in their life. That's no longer the case, and that's just how the way life works. Everything has a monetary side to it, because then it makes it possible for you to, and for me, because I'll be blunt, makes it possible for me to look at in my ascending years, I won't use declining, but as I ascend up in my productivity, why shouldn't I be able to be compensated for it? So I believe we have 4 who are watching. Thank you for coming in, spending the last live stream of 2025. That's how I have it penned. But the 2026, I'm going to have them maybe every 2 weeks, because I will be involved in so much production. In fact, what I will do is share some of those videos that you may not have even seen yet, because YouTube does not let me pick who I want to share my new videos with. It does it for me. So we're going to do this. We're going to go into video viewer requests that are still in for the month of December. Starting in January, if a viewer request comes in, I will give them a comment back. Viewer requests are now being responded to from the Patreon site. Join for free first to see what I have there, so you can decide whether or not you want to subscribe. Once you do subscribe, if that is your choice, and this is for those who will be requesting a song, then you have access to all the files that have been put there for the last 2.5 years, and your requests will be answered and produced in a more professional way. So let's go to, they say change the scene. I believe it's this one. Make sure. All right, it's not that one. It's this one. Okay. So this is our viewer request page. My sound still up? Yes. It's got to monitor what I'm looking at. Let's see if I can move this over. There we go. Back that up a little bit. Okay. All right, and where am I? This mouse that I've got is so sensitive. Every time I touch it, it moves. There I am. Just get me over here. Man, I got just the camera. All right, so these are the viewer requests that are still, I have not gotten to. And I got to be careful that I want to air some of it on my last stream so that you can see what some of it sounds like. Let's bring this up a little bit. And let's see. All right, there's one. Can you do a request tutorial. Let me go. Melodies from Heaven by Kirk Franklin. I need it for my choir. I'm playing for. Okay, playing for. And as you can see, that is our requester 2 days ago. So we're going to do that. Melodies from Heaven. Hey, Jeff, how are you doing? Welcome. 1, 2, 3. I hope my audio is not too loud because I'm on a different microphone. My wireless one started to crackle, and I said, you know what? Let me just go back to wired. There is a. I'm waiting on a part to be able to go back to one of my older USB microphones, but I need a part, an adapter in order to put it on a mount. So I hope that I'm coming through okay. I'm actually listening to myself coming from my iPad to make sure that there's a good sound there. All right, so Melodies from Heaven, old Kirk Franklin song. I am familiar with it. Let me turn that down. You might be hearing feedback from me. I just want to make sure because sometimes I forget to unmute my microphone. So let's do this. Melodies from Heaven. Kirk Franklin. I made this mistake the last time I started routing signals to I didn't want to air the music, and I wound up routing it through my headphones, and the system picked it up and routed it, and it got heard. All right, let's see. I always like to pull from the actual album. Let me just mute that so that it's not heard. Okay. All right, so Melodies from Heaven, Kirk Franklin. Now what you always want to do is, as I've often said on my videos, is you want to hear the song first of all. You want to listen to it, get a picture of where the song is actually. Oh yes, I forgot to do that. When you see that, hit that like, share, and subscribe button if you're watching for the first time. You always want to be able to hear the song first before you jump into the chords. Let's pull you up here. So you see where I'm getting it from the actual album, not a live recording, because live recordings can sometimes be different. First thing you want to do is establish the key that it's in. So let's turn this on so that you can hear it. Turn it halfway down. YouTube fair use. And let's hear. So again, R&B. Whenever you hear R&B chords, you have to now think of it as an R&B player, which is why I'm sharing some of the patterns that an R&B song. And Kirk Franklin is gospel R&B. So already I can hear the key of F for where this song is, and when you start listening to the opening of it. It's in the 5. There we go. Now I'm still in my EP piano. Let's go to the regular piano. It's good to have an actual pure piano sound when you're practicing. This way you're not being captivated by the EP sound or the layered sounds. Now this entire chord, as I've often spoke of, in fact, let me just make sure I've got the Chordy app in the key of F, because that's where the song is. Okay, Chordy app is now set. Could be any one of those number of chords, but from a learning standpoint, you want to say you're in the 5 bass, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with a very generic chord, the 4 chord and the 1 chord together with a 5 bass. A little tension in it. Da, 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 da. Nice R&B sound. And let's go a little further. And again, this is for the viewer who requested this song. You're learning it for your choir. Do you want to sound like an R&B musician? No, but you do want to sound like the album, because your choir members are going to be locked into, when they practice it, what they hear in their ears. So let's, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to reroute the sound back into my ears. So I got to remember that, not to let it play too long. Okay, it's back into my ears. All right, let's see what we got.
Here we go.
This is the turn chord, which is a flat 5. So from the 5 to the flat 5, which is a B major, and they're going to go to the 4 with an R&B chord. Melodies from heaven, rain down on me, rain down on me. This is the Kirk Franklin change. Melodies from heaven, rain down on me, rain down on me. 6, 2, 5, 1, 4, 6, 2, 5, 1, 4, 6, 2, 5, 1, 4. Yeah, and that's the formula. When you listen to it, that's the formula for the chords. Okay, so he's ending on a 1. 6, 2, 1. Then the flat 5. Now, I had to hear that because I've never played this song before. I've heard it. I'd never run to the piano to go figure out the chords. But when I'm doing this for an actual viewer request, then now I've got to listen to the song, and as you see, I'm doing it live. And as you can see, my hands are locked into the scales, because that's where the chords are. That's where the singing is. That's where the actual meat of the chords are actually residing, in between 2 octaves of the F major scale. Now all the notes in between, that's all the black keys, are what's going to give you those incidental tones. And what I've been instructing on my site is that if you know the scales, just the major scale and the minor scale, we'll give you just those 2, you're going to find 80 to 90% of your gospel songs are written there. Why? Because the original songwriters, that's all they knew. They went into all this. Yes, the Hawkins, when they came in, they expanded on that notion of just playing in the major or the minor scale and then attaching a jazz run to it, or a hymnal or a spiritual side to the chords. But these chords are they're urban in nature, and once you lock them in, you find yourself using them in other songs. Melody from heaven, rain down on me, rain down on me, turn. All right, let's go past that. Let's see what we can, let's get that. Same chords. Let's go a little further. Okay, here's the change of the chords. All right, now that's a classical move. Which is why scales, practicing in both hands is so important, so that when you hear a change that is melodic in unison with both hands, you know to go to. That's the change I use. Rain down on me, rain down on me, rain down on me. Because I use these chords, I can now hear them in my head. Let's go. Okay. All right, we'll see as we go from here. Walk it up to half a step there because listen to that chord. Okay. Chord did they put there? It's not one that I normally use. Let's see what it is. If I can hear it out. Yeah, let me go hear that chord. Back up a little bit. Go to the major scale, number 1. Okay, what key why would you put in A flat? Okay. Rain down on me. Rain down. That's why I put it there. 1, 6, 7, 1, flat 2. No, I'm sorry. The tritone. Again, I had to hear the major scale in my head, and then what would be different from the major scale. All right, let's play along with it. Make sure we got it locked in place. I'm listening to the bass notes, which is the lowest chords. That's the lowest note. Walk it up to the 4, 1, 7, 4, 1, 7, 7, 3, 6, 7, 1, sharp 2, 2, 3, 4, 1, 7, 3. I'm trying to talk to the number system as I'm being taught on the internet how it's used in jazz. So what I'm listening for is the classical turns that are in this also. Rain, jazz, now, is it exact? It is 90% in the ballpark. Usually I give 60 to 70% because I require the musician to do their own work and their own study. But in the Patreon world, when I move all these lessons over to Patreon, for your subscription fee, you're going to get me breaking down the exact chords as close to the album as I possibly can, because I'll be able to take my time, you might say, in creating that. So I think, let me see how much is left in the song. Okay, so it changed keys. G. So a key change. All right. No transpose button. Let me see how they got there. All right, so they went up to G flat. So that would be the change up in the key of F sharp in this sense, or G flat. And now I know the number system is the holy grail to a musician being able to play any song in any key, I say it is the scales and understanding of where each note falls in the scale format. I'm not using a number system now. I'm using with my hearing of what the major scale was in the key of F, what it was in the key of, is in the key of G flat, and now what it is in the key of G. So I know it's going to be a minor, walking up to the hey, B flat, or the A, B, 1, 7, 3, 6, 7, 1, flat, 3, 2, 3, 4, 1, 7, 3, 6. And that's where I think we're up or coming out of going to. Now, those are your gospel, those are your R&B chords. 4, 3, 6, 6, 2, 5, 1, 4. 3, 6, 2, 5, 1, 4. I think I just did an actual video short giving you those chords. So many ways to get there. And the more you can hear, for me, and my way, the way that I instruct, the more that you can hear the scale notes as they expand, those are the more chords you can add to it. Each time I'm going through it in my head, I'm going G. Apply a chord from this era, apply a chord from that era, apply a chord from this era, or just go basic. Very basic. You can't get no more basic than that. Started from the mid scale. What is chromatic scale? Chromatic scale down. That's why I instruct in the attributes of knowing the scales in every key. Because I want to change the key, I can just stretch it right out. Or if I want to go here, key of A major. Why? Because once I understand where the note starts, it's just a matter of adding the other chords to it. Let's see how far up they take it. Okay, so we know those chords, and I've covered those chords. So this will be the final breakdown for the melody from heaven. YouTube, fair use. If you do come after me, I know how to request or do the mute that they're going to ask for copyrighted songs being aired in. All right. how many are still with us. Again, want to thank those of you who are watching from my Facebook page. I haven't been on Facebook Live in a while because Facebook instituted a new thing a year ago this year, where you can only keep alive on Facebook for 30 days before it is actually deleted. So I stopped doing Facebook Lives because none of them stayed there long enough for enough people to actually view whatever lesson I was doing. Again, in this world of technology, and I'll take a little time and a break right now just to talk about it. In the world of technology, we're using someone else's platform. No way could we afford to have the infrastructure that technology have in places, the actual data centers, the actual computers, storage devices, and now in this AI revolution or evolution, whichever way you want to look at it, they're building data centers so large that they are affecting the water systems of the towns where they're being built. And this is what the conversations that I'm hearing. I'm not there, so I can't say, you know, that this happened, that I've experienced it, but the conversations that I'm hearing people complain about, that these data centers that they are building at a rapid pace is polluting the water that they're using to keep the systems cooled down from all the uses that they're getting all over the world. And I can see that because I upgraded to the Mac Mini this year so I can have additional power here in Studio B, and some programs actually cause it to overheat and turn the fans on. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And then I had to go do a search. Why, when I run this program, does my Mac Mini feel like I can put toast on it? I can make toast. And it says, well, the requirements of this program is overtaxing the CPU. So it's getting hotter than it normally would. So I have to, every now and then, put my hand here and check it. It's warm, but it's not to the point where I'm doing this. I'm actually smarting from touching something that is actually running too hot, or I would hear the actual fan turn on. So I know which program that I still use it. I use OBS. OBS has been known to overheat Mac systems because they're fighting it's the amount of processing power it needs to be able to run that program correctly. So I use it sparingly now when I do videos for viewer requests. I use it sparingly, but now I actually will be coming over to this program, which is Ecamm. It lets me do the same thing. Some things it doesn't let me do, but as I become more, in fact, I just did an update this morning. I'm not sure what the new features were, but as I become more in tune with this as my primary record software, I will adapt. That's the word I want to do. For any of you who are Star Trekkies, I am, because I was there when the original one came out, and I loved the original series and still do today, and all the iterations of it. The thing that the Borg would say, you will conform, you will adapt. So I'm learning to adapt to the changes on YouTube, their embracing of the AI world, where it monitors everything that happens on the channel, and I get feedback from it. In fact, I want to be able to share with you why I am changing as far as the algorithm is concerned. All right, I think I can share this page. That's the thing I don't want to share being shown on this page. You're going to see what I see every day that I turn on my YouTube and I want to monitor what's happening on my channel. Let's see, it should be this one. Okay, so these are all the videos. This is the work that I put in over 19 years. As you can see, it's by date. Let me just move me out of the way. It's by date, and if you look at the views, I did a request that came on my channel for We Three Kings. Now I have 42,000 subscribers, but look how many views. Let's see, can I move this over? It's not allowing me to move it over. Okay. Did I lock this? That's why I can't move it. Give me a second to look at this. Did I lock this page? I think I locked it. Okay, let me unlock it too. Where are you? You are screen share, right? Crop to fill. All right. I can't shift it over because it's no, didn't want to do that. Anyway, 38 views out of 42,000 subscribers that I have to my channel. More than 330 new subscribers every month, but only 38 views. This is what YouTube is doing to not just to me, but to every content creator out there. It is sharing anything you upload with their selected, whatever the AI selects as to who should see this video. And if they click on it, and watch it for more than 30 seconds, they'll share it to 50 more people. Because they'll say, well, if those 30 people like the video, let's share it to 50 more people who are not even subscribers to the channel. That's the issue that I'm having with this new YouTube algorithm. At least share it to the people on my channel who subscribe to want to see new videos when I post it. No. And as you can see, some videos have got 100 views, 271 views, because more people have clicked on it. That's why I often say, please make a comment, because YouTube algorithm says if nobody comments on the video, they don't like it. Put a like to the video, because if it doesn't see any likes coming to the video, it says, oh, if it does share to a subscriber and you don't like the video, then they'll say, well, it must not be a good video. Even though in this world, YouTube AI actually watches the video. This is the one thing that I do appreciate about it. It does watch the video, and it does its own breakdown of what it sees in the video. And I can actually pull that information up, and it'll give me suggestions as to, well, how come nobody liked my video? Well, maybe you had the wrong thumbnail, the wrong title, the wrong theme. It didn't match who we showed it to. Go back and do some more work. That part of it I appreciate. Not the part where it does not share the video. As you can see, I don't have any viral videos, which I consider viral, anything over 500 for me, because I've been doing this for a long time. Some people viral is 10,000, or some people who eat food in their car gets 1 million. I love to get to that range, but, and again, you see me doing food videos for that purpose. I want to see, can an old guy eating food in his car or in his studio get that? But as you can see, these are the views I got. Let me see. I want to be able to make it bigger, but I can't seem to. Crop to fill. Seeing different stuff here I can do. No, that won't let me do it. Show entire screen. Current app. Let me do this. Google Chrome. I'm just changing the different settings to see if it'll allow me to. I'm going to have to figure out what I got to do in order to. I know what I got to do. Let's do this. Let's do this, because I want to be able to pull up just that one corner there. Show in background. Let's kill that. We kill it? No. Screen share. Okay. This might be a better. Yes, better. Okay. Now you won't let me do this. All I want to do is bring that up larger. And it won't let me. Zoom to app windows and just change this. Nope. I'm seeing all these different things that's allowing me to do, except what I wanted to do is zoom this in. All right. Let's shut that off. Okay. So, anyway, maybe if I do this. Let's see if that Moved it over some. At any rate, I'll get this fixed out. As you can see, some 300 views, some 342, 209, but for 42,000 subscribers and 300 new subscribers coming in every month, I should be seeing at least 2,000 views at a minimum. And this has been going on, I would say, for 6 months with me. I'm trying to figure out, why am I not getting the views? And I'm putting up some good lessons too. So I started putting up different type of lessons to see if that will spark views or spark conversation. I put up AI singing. They get the worst views, the AI singing, if I put them up as a long form. But if I do the shorts, which is a very selective group of people who get to see shorts to the YouTube AI, all of a sudden, as you can see, I'm working on the latest one now. I got to figure out what else I want to do with that one. Actually, it didn't upgrade. It should be at 500 and something. But all of a sudden, depending upon what I put up there, 1,000 views, 2,000 views, 1,000. Let's see if I can get that to come bigger. I think you see that on the corner there. 5,000 views for the NFL slide and scoot, where I said, you know what, I saw this NFL player on a replay after he scored a touchdown running across the end zone. I said, you know what, I can put a nice shout track to that. Let's see if the AI will share that. And it certainly did, out to 5,000 people, because it hit the first algorithm, 50. They loved it. Went out to 200. They loved it. Went to 200. They loved it. Went to 250. They loved it. Went to 500. And it just kept expanding, which means that when you see your YouTube feed, it'll put it on a feed of a person who doesn't even know who I am. If they show they liked it, it'll put it on another feed of a person who doesn't know who I am. So this sort of opens me up now to more than the 42,000 subscribers, but to the entire YouTube ecosystem, which is good if everyone wants to do music. But what if they don't? Well, they swipe away and all of a sudden the video stops. It says, well, gee, we sent it to 1,000 people and 250 liked it, but 750 didn't. So we'll stop it at 250 and we'll just kill the video and move on to the next thing. So as you can see, I have been posting, trying to figure out the YouTube algorithm. I've got some that hit 1,000, 900, 500, 1,000, 257. The AI stuff doesn't seem to work that well, but that's what I'm learning. Because anything AI does get triggered in the algorithm. It says, okay, it's like an AI saying, oh, he said AI in his thumbnail. Let's look at it. Oh, let's share it out. Those are the ones that'll do 200, 825, 1,600, 1,300. Sorry about that. I'm trying to keep that to the bigger size so even I can see it. There we go. Okay, so we'll stop it right there. So that's what's happening with me. I am in a test phase. Okay, so I did something here to mess up this page. What did I do here? Turn something off. Turn that off? No. Okay. I turned on something I shouldn't have. How about that? I like that. I messed up my first page. That's on me. What should be back there? Template. No, that's for that. Give me a second to figure out what I just messed up. Okay, that's not what I want there. I was turning off stuff, figuring out how to do the other page. No, that's not it. Yep, that's still there. That's still there. Alright. Not sure what I did to mess up this page. I'll leave it right there so I don't mess up anything more. So, but that's what I've been up against. I've been up against trying to navigate the new YouTube space. So in doing that, that means I have to now devote a good portion of my day towards talking with two different AIs, ChatGPT and Gemini, and asking them, in a sense, what do I need to do to be relative in this new space? And they've been giving me the ideas, which I sometimes throw an idea out there. I wanted to do a food video, so I said, you know what, let me do a food video. That got 1,000 views, but underneath the food video, I put music. You see, and I'm not sure if you even got to see that. Let's see if I can pull that up. Well, this one got 900 views. Air fried wings. Oh, that's right. I redid a video from 3 years ago for air fryer, which did pretty well. But I said, let me try if I can go in and actually redo the video, chop it up, and put some music behind it. And it got 963 views. I'm like, okay, so I'm learning that my old videos can be repurposed. But I want the one where I did, here it is. Got 1,000 views. Sam cannot live by music alone. Let me pull up my video so that you can see what I am learning on this YouTube environment. Okay, let's see it on YouTube. All right, I gotta pause this. All right. And yes, I went to Popeyes and I said, you know what? I want to do my first food video. There we go. Rocking my old gear. I said, I want to do my own food video and see whether or not I can compete, or at least participate. I don't say compete, but participate with everybody who's doing a food video. And I didn't put no music with this one. Okay, no music with this one. Just me.
Hasn't changed.
Yeah, there's the music.
All right, so as you can see, it's time for me to get down with having an evening meal. You can work on the keyboards for so long.
YouTube fair use. Got fair use my own videos.
Here in the area, the Popeyes biscuit, all fluffy. Look at that beer.
Okay, I got to stop this. Fair use. So this is I got to change it from that one. Thank you. That wasn't a good shot. That wasn't a good look. I'm now investigating how can I participate in this realm of doing a food video, but putting my own music with it. And this is my big belly showing there. Got 1,000 views though. I know better than the next one. But this is what I'm now investigating or researching, R&D, research and development. Think of an idea, get a camera out, edit it. In fact, I did one where the camera looked so bad, I messed up. I didn't check to see the view. It looked good when I was setting it up, but I never looked at it after I shot the video. But I still did the footage for that one with an excuse I messed this up, and it still got 900. In fact, it's trailing behind this one. It's got like 900 views on it from a mess up. But that is the new environment that I now find myself. Let's get past this scene. That big belly of mine is bothering me.
I'm gonna go with the mashed potatoes.
There we go. Yeah, I like my mashed potatoes.
Just the way I like it. And for dessert, we've got the apple pie. Let you see what it looks like. Look at that.
Stop it right there. So yes, this is what I'm doing. You want to know what am I doing with my time? What am I? Why am I being intentional in moving the viewer requests to another platform? Because I need to be able to adapt to what will bring me views to my channel. Placing a video, spending 45 minutes to 2 hours creating a video and only getting 36 views is not going to work anymore for me. As I say, I am getting older I'm supposed to get wiser as I get older, and what I'm wising up to is that no longer is are just straight flat out videos that that encourage church musicians relative in this day and age. For this platform to be able to support me from a monetized standpoint, because my channel is monetized, it took 16 years for me to get monetized. I started in 2006. They did not approve me for monetization until 2020, which I'm like shaking my head. Guys, what did I have to do? I sent my request and you said wait until you contact me. And I'm watching all the other channels doing the same thing I'm doing, starting off. They're all monetized and doing well from it. And I said, gee, you know, I must have missed the boat someplace. I gotta wait till that boat comes back. Well, when it did come back, I had some catching up to do. And now that YouTube is changing a lot of the rules that were open to everyone else in the early days, I now have to adjust my content creation. Will I still be doing viewer requests on this channel as a live stream? Yes. In 2026, though, if you want me to break down a song like you see me do it on the live, I won't be going that in depth on my lives. So it'll be more like a communication, talking about the technology, what I'm doing, sharing what's happening on other videos. I might be doing some reactions to other videos that are musician or music or AI related, because there's so much out there it's almost being multiplied by 1,000 times every day. I'm seeing a new AI person talk about the AI world, and I'm just sitting there watching going, why am I not doing what they're doing? Well, if I've got 4 or 5 requests, I'm more concerned with getting those requests out than I am about keeping up with what technology is doing. So I'm making that shift. Yes, it will lessen how many viewer requests I do. The Patreon, of course, for your support to me on Patreon for viewer requests, you'll get to the head of the line. But those who do requests continually on the YouTube channel, I'll be making everyone aware in the comment section of that request that they are now being done via Patreon, and there'll be a post. There's a post in the post section of the page that talks about it, and I will continue to make some updates to that as to how I will be reacting to viewer requests on the channel. Of course, when I go live, if you make a request during live, I will cover it, but it won't be as full as it will be from the Patreon standpoint, because on Patreon I can actually air the actual video and create an actual breakdown of it. And yes, Patreon does allow me to go live. I can go live on Patreon. Patreon is live will be open to those who subscribe. If you are a non-Patreon member, a free member, which you can join for free, you know when I'm going live. And then if we had a real good session, I can do some editing and make that live available for purchase if the song is one that you'd want to be able to learn. I have so many songs that I've created that you have not seen yet through Patreon. Those songs breakdowns went to the actual members who actually requested them. Some of them I would have to edit to put them back on the Patreon channel, which I'm also going to do also. Because the part of the Patreon live experience, review request experience, is that all the members get a chance to see the breakdown and learn perhaps a new song or a new technique. That's what's going to be happening there. Yeah, I to put that there to hide my belly. But you can see that's the direction that I am going into. I want to be able to create more than just there we go. More than just music videos. In fact, I got to read a thank you there. Let me just answer that, because I do answer every viewer request. I do answer every time you leave a message or a thank you. I do answer it, because I'm very conscious that you took the time to type in a comment. So let me just wish there we go. All right, so there is another request. on the, and this is not a song. They want a more, well, I'll let you see what it says. We did the Kirk Franklin one already. Where is it? I saw that. Something about drop 2. Get me out of the way. There you go. Where is it now? It said drop 2. Oh, there it is. More drop 2 lessons. Now again, drop 2 requires you to be scale knowledgeable. That's the only, for me, and I will cover. I did do a video, or not a series, but a couple of videos on how drop 2 was actually formed. You have to have a good working knowledge of the major scale and the minor scale, and the whatever scale that you want to be used drop 2 in. Now, drop 2 is a jazz term, if I'm not correct. In fact, let me just do this. Let me go to Google and ask it. I mean, Gemini. Let's see. I'm on a live and want to explain the basic meaning to the I'll go jazz term drop 2 chords. I'll just type that into Gemini. And if you don't use AI for reference, I'm trying to figure out why not. Because there's information there that you can get from technology. So I gave it my question. This is the perfect moment to show your viewers the bridge between the beautiful fashion and visuals of the deep music theory you provide. Again, I have conversations with Gemini, so it knows me. It knows every video that I've been putting up on YouTube, because I've gone to it to ask it, how can I get around YouTube AI not showing my videos? So, since you're live, here's the simplest, most visual way to explain drop 2 without losing the shorts, gang. The 30-second drop 2 explanation, the setup. Okay, so it's telling me how to set up a video to do drop 2, because it knows I've been setting up videos for the last 3 weeks, so it thinks I want to do a short. So the setup, guys, please ask how to get that wide, expansive jazz sound. It's about a technique called drop 2. Imagine a standing chord on the piano like C major 7 in the closed position. All the notes. I'm trying to move that bigger so I can see it. All the notes are squeezed together. Where is it at? I got lost. That wide, expansive sound is all about a technique called drop 2. Imagine a standing chord on the piano like C major 7 in the closed position. All the notes, there it is, squashed together. C, G, E, M, B. And that would be C, E, G, B. Don't change the scene. C, E, B, G. E, B, G. That's all the notes squashed together. This is breaking down the drop 2 theory a la Gemini. So, go back. The move, the drop. Now count from the top down. Note B, note 1 is B. Let's see if I can get the piano in here. This is doing this live, as they say. Let's get the piano in this page. Where is that secondary camera? That's not what I want. It's bringing me in here. I don't want to be in here. That should be you. Okay, there's the secondary camera. We'll do this live. I want shape tall. I want wide. Okay, that's better. And let's see. Can we do this? Yeah, make it look pretty. Okay, distance, angle. What does that give me? Just doing some of the stuff I got on here that I can look at. All right. So we'll try and look at it from its perspective, because this was a request about to drop 2. And it won't let me expand it. Why won't you let me expand it? I must have told it to do something. There we go. Let me do some. That's my Korg Chrome, which I will be doing a video on that, dealing with some worn keys. No, I don't want to do that. Trying to change the. There we go. That's what we're trying to change. Okay. So, number 2, the drop. Now, count from the top down. Note 1 is B. That's your B. Note 2 is G. All we do is take the second note from the top G and drop it down an entire octave to the bottom. Okay, I'm following what it has here. I would have said it differently, but that's why you want technology, to give you a different approach to it. So from this chord, 1, 2, drop the 2 down. Okay, so now we had pretty sound. Moving it from here an octave down. All right. The result play chord, suddenly the cramped C, E, G becomes wide and lush G, C, E, B. And that is drop 2. This no longer becomes note 7. This becomes note 1, note 2, drop it down a full octave down. And now you have this chord. That is the drop 2 sound for that chord. Now I would have gone a little bit different. I would have gone this way and say this is 1, 2, 3 of the chord, drop this down. That's how I would have gone. But again, technology and the, hey, welcome, Stephen Wilson from Jamaica, welcome. So the AI version of how to, a basic way of drop 2 is in this fashion, which I do like. Gives me another way of looking at it. Why drop 2 fits your fashion bait. Okay, now let's talk about what I'm doing. All right, we'll stop it here, because I'm working on. I don't know if I should share what I'm working on. I'm constantly experimenting with what's happening with the AI shorts and how it's showing out shorts, and I tried an experiment. Now I'll put it out there like this. I tried an experiment in male sensual behavior. Young men, ages 15 to 18. I said, that is my lowest demographics of who watches my channel. No matter how many chords I show, they're the lowest group of who watches my channel. The lowest, like at less than 1%. And I says, what do I have to do to draw in that demographics? These are your beat makers. These are your loop makers. These are the guys that's creating all these hip hop type songs. Because I watch their channels and I see them struggling, trying to put chords together by drawing lines on Fruit. Is it Fruit Loops? No, what is it called? Fruit something. I forget the name of it again. They use Logic Pro also. There's a thing they call Studio. where they're drawing in notes, and I'm like, why aren't they just playing the notes on the keyboard? Well, they can't play what they don't know. Gee, what if they can get them to come to my channel, and I'll share with them chords that they can put on there in their production, so the chords are not always sounding like this. I'm tired of hearing all those dark chords. There's no one to show them that it doesn't have to be a dark chord. Anyway, to get them to come to my channel, I said, well, you know what? If I had a semi-attractive woman highlighting what I'm doing in my studio, and I put it in a video short, that'll keep them watching long enough to see the chords. And that video is doing very well. That short is doing very well, and the analytics are saying they're watching the video longer. I'm like, okay, they're watching it longer because at the 7-second mark, I insert a picture. If you looked at my last two shorts, you will see that image there. Well, I'm doing another portion of that thought process because the women are the second or the next lowest contributors to viewing my channel. So I'm putting together a fashion show with the same model that was created for me by Gemini, who you're looking at right now. And I've already got the pictures that I'm going to turn into videos, and I'm going to put music behind it, and you'll see me playing music behind a AI generated model to not only teach music, but to encourage viewership by younger musicians and women. This is what goes on in my head when I'm not doing music. The process of what can I possibly create that I can involve music in, live music, in the sense that you see the chords being played and displayed. Yeah, this is what mad scientists do. This is what mad scientists do, and that's the mode that I'm in right now. I'm in my mad scientist mode. Something that's missing. What's missing? Oh, this. That's why it looks like that, because this is supposed to be. There's a camera issue I have with this software where it doesn't allow me to. There we go. I'm gonna block out some of the stuff. I gotta clean up here, Studio B. Okay. I was saying, why is that space there? This is why. So that's what Fruity Loops. Thank you, Rachel. Fruity Loops. Again, I'm not. I'm gonna have to go purchase it, I think, because if that's what they're using, then I need to understand the software, because there are enough people on the internet teaching how to teach them how to build chords in Fruity Loops, and they're offering MIDI packs, and they've created packs that they can actually purchase to help them understand how to place chords. Well, I can create MIDI files too. I've been doing that since 1999. Still over close to 100 MIDI files searchable if you do a search on in Chrome or in Safari for my MIDI files. They're still out there. Somebody's still hosting them. I'm not anymore, but people have copied them and put them on their sites, and I'm still creating MIDI files. So that is another form of revenue for me in this emerging age of AI for beat creators. I can create anything I play. I can create in Logic, and then create an actual MIDI pack of, I won't call it dark chords, but darkish type chords. You know, if I want to put this chord, which is a nice jazz chord, but if a beat maker wanted to put that to a beat, let's see. I'll put this one, put a beat behind it. So yes, if I wanted to do trap music, it's got to be, I would have to just want to do it. I could go and learn their beats. Again, this beat that I was using is built as it comes in the keyboard. I don't think there's a hip hop beat in it again, but this is all stock beats. But I could learn as they're doing how they got that to create a beat, and then put my chords to it, and then if they like that, if they don't snatch it from YouTube, which is what they tell me they do, which is okay. If they don't snatch it from YouTube, then I would be able to, hey, welcome Reggie Music. They would be able to subscribe to me on Patreon, because that's where I'm going to do a lot of my revenues creation is going to come through Patreon, to where they can sign on to another tier, which I'm going to be creating for online music producers, to say that, well, you know, I don't have money in my pocket to be able to send you money for this, but if I subscribe, will you be able to hear what I'm doing and then give me some potential notes to put with it? And for a certain tier on my Patreon page, yes, that's going to be tier 2. Tier 1 is the $5 tier, where you get access to every file that I've ever created, all the MIDI files that I've created are on that tier. The newer ones are on there. The AI singer, virtual singing files are on there. Any lessons that I've created for others will be on there, ones that I put on there. And this makes it possible for me to share more information. I'll put this here because this is part of what I'm going to be doing. You should do a digital chord pack ebook with chord voicing is being used in the gospel music industry today. Actually, I put basic chord books on there already, and what I did was I put the basic chords for new musicians to learn, and then I inserted all the other chord charts that would show the voicings that you're talking about. It's already available on the Patreon page. Now, of course, it can be purchased separately from my online store here on YouTube, but on Patreon, for that $5 a month, you get access to all the books. Because when you support me, I'm obligated to support you. So for those who are Patreon members, you have access to everything firsthand before anybody else gets to see it. It goes to Patreon first, then I make it available to those who are not on Patreon, so that we can be able to, as I often say, they say what used to say, one hand scratches, one hand washes the other, and both hands wipe the back, or something like wash the back, something like that. Well, if you share with me, I'm obligated. It's part of my DNA to be thankful by providing information, inspiration, and certainly anything I can create in this environment that I now find myself in. But yes, well, today gospel music it's morphed into the CCM style. So those chords are generic. You know, when you start saying they're going to be in the 6, they're going to be in the 4, then we're going to be in the 1, they're going to be in the 5. I can't share much there, other than, let me just change my piano sound. When all of your today's gospel songs are tailored to, it's getting dark up here, I'm in Studio B, so I have sunlight is beginning to leave me. But I do have lights set up. Where all your chords are tailored around number systems, not a bad thing. Because yes, I do listen to Taylor Swift songs. Because when I see her post on YouTube, because I'm a subscriber, and she's getting 4 million views in the first hour of a song, yes, I want to know what chords did she use. Because I have a singer in AI that I can match her tone, not her voice, but her tone in a song that I could write also. Then I go, okay, she's using 3 chords, but she's holding 4 beats on the 3rd chord. So that's her hook. She'll do a song that should be in the minor. Then she'll go to the 4, then she'll hold, then she'll go, and she'll stay here in the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then back to the 6, to the 4, and then she'll go back to the 1, and she'll stay in the 1. I say, oh wait a minute, she's holding there. And she'll change. And I'm going, okay, so I'll get a lot of lyrics, a lot of life lyrics, Again, lyrics that talk about her life and things that she's experienced or thought process, and I go, but then I'm listening to the music, not the words. I want to hear the music, because I can go to Chat GPT and have it write me out a whole bunch of lyrics to match that tone or the era of the music that's being written, and then just add a different iteration of the chords. Well, I'll just add my passing tones. That's what I do. I add. I fill the space in where you just have a long tone waiting on the next count to get to the next verse. So yes, I am a innovator in actual creation. If I hear it, I'll learn it exactly where it's played, and then I will morph it into a way that I can use it in another sense. 3-chord songs, gospel music there is still in that 4-chord family. But on Patreon, I'm allowed to do an ebook because I can put all the files on Patreon. If you are a Patreon member, you have access to, I believe, 25 or 26 of the Suno songs. I haven't talked about Suno yet. I've been sort of away from Suno while I'm learning this new YouTube algorithm, the way that they do things. But I haven't forgotten about it. Actually, my granddaughter wanted an actual guitar for Christmas, and I got her one. I got her the one she wanted. Sometimes you don't worry about money when you're doing something for a child of your lineage that emulates some of what you were when you were a child. Anytime I see, and I only have one granddaughter, she showed me her report card. They don't call it a report card anymore, but she's A+A student, and well liked by her teachers and by her peers. So anytime that when my daughter was at her age, I would tell my daughter, there's no Santa Claus, there is Daddy. I said, so you give me A's on your paper, you can ask for any toy for Christmas and you will get it. And she did exactly that. And I think one doll, I forget what it was called, it was a doll that responded to you by talking to it. The eyes would open, the mouth would move, the head would turn. It was $99. She had it. Because again, if I make a promise, because if you give me what I asked for, again, give me no lip, no back talk, respect me for who I am, the person that pays your bills, make sure that you're safe, and you get me excellent grades, you can ask for whatever you want. There is no Santa Claus. There is Daddy. So when she asked for, well, I want to get this guitar, I said, well, let me go look it up. Oh, I already looked it up. I said, well, let me go look at it, because I want to make sure that it is suitable for what you want, which means it can't be a toy. It has to be an actual instrument that you can actually learn from, and that it's going to be durable. It was made by Fender. I'm like, okay, I know the name Fender. Is she asking me for a $600 guitar? So when I looked it up, she said, oh no, it's only $199. I said, well, let me see what comes for $199. And it is a multifaceted guitar. Not only is it acoustic, but you can actually plug in an amplifier. I said, oh, okay. And it was made for young beginners. Then I had to do my research. Okay, who's using it? Who's recommending it? Because again, I don't want to buy something that looks pretty that will be broken the next day. So once it came in, and she opened it up, and she began learning on it, she sent me a video of the first song she wrote. I said, oh. Then I thought about it. And I asked her, can I take your song to Suno and write you a song with what you just put? She says, well, it don't sound too good. I says, that's why Suno exists. And I will share to you what that song sounds like. This is what Suno, for those that want to say it is the second coming of the devil, this is what Suno is all about. Again, cutting away to technology. I just brought the site up. So this is my Suno site. As you can see, I've been busy on it lately. But when my granddaughter sent me her audio, I'll let you hear her audio. She didn't sing on it. She was just strumming away because she just got it, and she wrote her first song. So let me get over to Suno. So this is what she sounded like. Just got the guitar. Which I had to tune for her because she's having an issue tuning it. Even I wasn't doing this. Okay, that's something else I was doing. So that's her song she wrote. So I said, you know what? Let me have Suno put some words to her song. And what I did was I went to ChatGPT and I says, well, I want lyrics to a song that my granddaughter wrote, and I gave it all the attributes about her. That she plays soccer, she's an A student, she sings in the regional choir, she plays the viola. Can you put together a song for me that I could put into Suno? And this is what Suno came up with from what you just heard.
She's got grass stains on her sneakers and a melody in her head. A+ on her paper, but she's dreaming instead. Violet strings in the evening, choir harmonies in the air.
6,
14 and fearless,
4,
with a song she
5,
wanted to share.
5, 1, 4,
You're a light in every room.
1, 5, 6, 4, 4, 1, 6, 6, 4, 1, 5.
Just keep being who you are. You don't have to chase the world. You already shine where you are.
Now, of course, I had to get some information from her. I asked her, I says, okay, what style of music do you listen to? And she just turned 14 in December, so I said, let me, she's probably gonna give me some crazy trap thing. She says, well, she didn't know. I said, so I had to call out, well, do you like rap, rock, trap, hip hop, indie? Oh, I like indie. I'm like, oh, okay, I know what indie is. That's the, so in my prompt, I asked ChatGPT, I need a nice indie prompt for the style of song that my granddaughter likes to listen to. And all of this is why so many people are in an uproar, because it can happen in a matter of seconds, not months. I'll say that again. This can happen in seconds. I don't have to contact anybody to lyrics, contact any singers, contact any studio. I ain't got to bring nobody in and they got a hoarse voice, or they're not feeling good today, or they can't make it because they got a better gig someplace. And this is why there's such an uproar in the music industry, because a computer generated program can create a good sounding song. Now, somebody will say, well, it's got no soul. I'm like this. If it sounds good, who cares where it came from? All I know is that I was able to share with her, and she said 3 words. I like it. So GPA got points. GPA got points. And that is our technology conversation for today. Don't be afraid of what you don't know. Learn about it, experience it. Suno allows you to join for free so you can test it out. You can even hum into it a tune or a beat and ask it what you will want to hear, and it'll give you a synopsis of what it could sound like. Anyway, we were talking drop 2. I got all sidetracked. So we got the drop 2 basic definition from Gemini, who's the other AI entity that I use. I use both ChatGPT. I use the free version, and I usually run it out in like 40 minutes. And I'm not ready yet to pay for the full version because so far Gemini lets me talk to it all day, and it never freezes up on me. So in their approach to drop 2 of a full chord like this, they let the last note on top be the 1. That's to be the second note of the chord. You drop that half a step down, and then you finish off the chord like here. They give you this tone. There it is. But from a gospel sense, if you're going to do drop 2, you want to attach it to a song. So let's stay in the key of C. I think we're still in the key of C. Let me just go to I'm in the key of F. Put that in the key of C so that you can see the approach that I would instruct drop 2 in. You need to find a song with a melody. See what song would use drop 2. Usually a hymn is always drop 2 worthy. If you want to do I Surrender All, that would be 1, 2, 3, or technically it's 1, 2, 3. It's always going to be 2, 3 notes. Down it. I surrender all to Him. I freely give. So where that note would normally be here, I now switch the place to here. Now again, do you want to do an entire song of drop 2? No. It is like adding a different seasoning to your playing. I generally use it like this. I switch it down. And I stretch it out. Let's see, A, F. There we go. I will stretch it out because I can hear every note before I play it. So if I make a mistake, I'll know, okay, that's not the note that I really meant to put there. But if anything, it depends upon the song. You just don't throw drop 2 in. Now, the musicians that play the talk music, drop 2 is something that they all go to. where they would do that trill. Again, I don't use drop two, except when I know the path of an actual song. But what you're looking to do is to expand a chord out. Versus 3 notes here, you want to expand it down by dropping the second note down to here. Now you just expanded it. But technically you would have to do this reach. That's hard to do. To incorporate the lowest note. That's hard. This reach, so you're always going to have to give up on a full chord on your right hand to play drop two. If you're in me, I love having a full chord, which is the bass, the middle, and the melody note, which is on the top. But that's just me. Welcome, Terrell. What you're always looking to do is to hear how a chord sounds with a melody and line attached to it. Now, if there's no melody, then you have basically just chords. Let me see. Trying to do drop two, drop this one, there it is there. Drop the second note, 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 drop the second note. I'm looking at where I'm finding the drop two. If I'm doing this chord and I'm leaving that note, that's what I'm dropping. If I'm doing this chord, I'm dropping this one, dropping this note, dropping this note, dropping this note, dropping the C, dropping the C sharp, dropping the D, dropping the E, dropping the F, dropping the F sharp, dropping the G, dropping the A sharp or G flat, dropping the A, dropping the G, dropping the F, dropping the E, dropping the D, right to here, and then dropping the C off where the chord would normally be here. So, but that's not how I play. I basically play what I'm hearing in my head. If I want to go da 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 da. G7. So drop two is not, it's not a favorite of mine, but it is it's a insert. I'll insert it, especially if I'm in the key of A flat or E flat. E flat. It's an insert, something I would practice, and then when I'm playing a song, I'll go, okay, I can add this change in there. It becomes an actual reflex, not something that, oh, I have to play. Welcome, Jeff. I now have to play drop two. No, it's like it's an insert. I'll add it. I'll hear it first, and I'll go, oh, it sounds pretty there. If I were doing let's see. Let's pick a song that I can throw drop two in right away. There's so many songs. We'll stay in the church world. I can't pull that song because I'll get the YouTube copyright if I pick anything from Richard Smallwood Oh, Jesus, you're the center of my joy. Key of E flat. Altar. There it is. Nah, too much. What am I gonna drop? The F. Right. Just drop two. Dropping the D. Drop the B flat. There we go. Again, I throw it in as something that I would add in between the other chords supporting a melody. That's the note I'm dropping. Drop two. But then there'll be another chord following behind it. Full chord. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. We'll go here. Dun, dun, dun. Drop two. I can't do the melody. I can do the chords though to it. Center, center. Da, 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 da. No, drop two there. There's a drop two. Da, 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 da. Drop two. Again, it's a filler for me. It's something I would add just to, if I remove a chord, then I gotta fill something there. Da 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 dum 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 da dum dum. Drop to dum da 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 dum da 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 dum dum. I apply so many different attributes of the music that I've learned over my decades of playing, I pick and choose what I want to hear. If I wanted to change that up into a particular song, we do believe we have from Jamaica, Stephen Wilson. If I wanted to turn Jesus, You're the Center of My Joy into a reggae beat, it's a matter of application. If you understand what the nature of the style is, you adjust your chords accordingly. Again, the melody stays the same, but the approach underneath is what you're looking to do. That's what the Patreon site is actually created for. That expansion beyond the church sound. Because the church sound, again, has morphed. When I started YouTube in 2006, I was traditional church sound. I watched it morph into where it is now, and I go, gee, a lot of things I put on that channel don't relate. Nobody's playing spirituals, nobody's playing hymns, nobody's playing early gospel, nobody's playing the 70s songs, and if they're getting into the 80s songs, they're only playing one or two songs from that era. Now, there is no way. This is the 80s era. What's the other one? Chicago Mass Choir. I'm Available to You. They only select certain songs which were popular in those days and leaving out hundreds of other songs. Chicago Mass Choir songs, the songs from LA Mass, they're leaving off. The songs from Jersey Mass Choir, they're leaving off. The songs from the Florida Mass Choir, they may touch on Pass Me Not, O Gentle Savior, and play it wrong. They don't sound like the actual song. They just play it to get through the song. But there were so many genres of songs that I had to learn without YouTube, without someone telling me, oh, this is the 1, this is the 5, this is the 6, because I wanted to sound like the album. So much of what I demonstrate and what I show on the YouTube is how I was able to navigate any song. Even the songs that I learned today, I go, okay, what era are they getting this song from? Ah, okay, they went back here and got these chords and they expanded them out. They add a little bit more fluff underneath with a layered piano sound. I guess nothing new. Again, there are no chords. Nothing on this piano has changed since the first inception of the, 13 notes or 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 notes. Nothing has changed. It's the approach. Some people's hands got longer, so they can hit chords that I can't even imagine to hit. I see guys playing chords out like this, and I go, I can't do that. That hurts. But they make it sound so pretty because they're able to space out and then move, then all the movement in between. If I wanted to do that, learn that concept, it's not hard. It's just a matter of listening to what they're doing, where they're getting their notes from, how are they getting that reach. If I don't have that reach, then I have to adapt, find a different way to use the sustain pedal on the piano, or shorten the chord from the top, or leave out something in the middle in order to bridge that note using two hands. If I needed to bridge this note, because I don't have this reach, then I have to bridge, but then that means I have to leave out some at the top. B flat. Total praise in the key of E flat. I had to hear the changes. But that means I can now adapt to the style of song that is necessary for me to play at that particular time, because I know further down the road I'll have other chords to pick and choose from. Again, I want to thank those who are visiting. I'll have to forget you see that like, share, and subscribe. As I say, this channel, Sound of Joy Music Lab, is you saw the name change probably 4 months ago. That's when I began to heavily invest my time and finances and resources into the AI world through Dreamtonics. Dreamtonics, yes. You've heard some of those singers. Then when Suno came, I said, wait a minute. I could take those same songs I created in Dreamtonics that I was trying to get a demo quality sound from, import them up to Suno, and all of a sudden now I have a full concert sound that is tremendously, that I can now hear what it could have sounded like had I had the advantage of bass players, horn players, drummers, of a studio quality. And I still have the Suno site up. So this is going to be another technology shift. First, let me make sure that I covered enough. In fact, for those that are here, hopefully I covered enough of what Drop 2 is, how Drop 2 sounds. I'm looking at my lighting. Let me just bring you up a little bit. There we go. How it is actually formed. Once you form the chord, you're taking the second note in that chord and just dropping it from where it is, second note of this chord, and just dropping it down a full octave all the way down, and just continuing the chord. Do a Christmas song. Joy to the world, joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let's get the second note. Every heart. And this is scales. It's scales. That's all it is. There's nothing magical about it. It's just knowing how to approach. Let me see. There it is. I'm listening at where the notes are. I'm gonna change the chord. Right. Let's start a note. Drop 2. Drop 2. The C. There it is. C. That's not the chord I want. I want an F chord, so it'll be the F. No, yeah, the F. I'm showing you what note I'm actually dropping, and I have to hear it in my head. That's why I was pausing, because I'm saying, well, that's not the chord I want. But then I'm like, okay, but I normally wouldn't have played drop 2 throughout the entire song. I would have just gone. 2. Down, 5, 3, 6, 2, sharp 5, 6, 7, flats 3, 6, 7, stay in the 7, 3, 6, 3, flat 5, the diminished chord, 5, 3, 6, 2, stay in the 2, turn on the flat 6, diminish, back to the 6, the 3, six, 2, 5, with a diminished chord, flat 7 with a perfect 5th. There we go, flat 7, perfect 5th. I have to make sure that the Chordy app sees the perfect 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect 5th and the perfect 4th. But these are the notes that you hear, at least that I hear, when I practice. When I know where they reside, I can go get them if I hear that's what the note I want to hear. Let me see. Can go and see. Normally done in F. Minor, E major, or D major, G. G. 3, 6, 1, 2, 3, 5, 3, 6. Three, 2. Sharp to 4, 5, turn on the 1, 4, 3, no, the 6, 2, 6, 2, 5, 3, 6, 2, 5, 1, 4, 6, 2, a major on the 2. So I'm going to the 5, 3, 6, 2, 5, flat 2, and ride on the 1. All of these for me is not numbers. I'm counting numbers for those who rely on the number system as a template. I rely on where's the melody scale and where do I chords do I want to put underneath any particular melody. It is a labor of love for me because every time I learn a new song, I have another storage bank that I can go to for chords. This is a jazz chord. It wasn't until years that I can actually do this reach and it not hurt. And it not hurt my fingers. It took a while to be able to develop that. But I can't do it in every key. If I go up here, I gotta roll. Roll. I can't reach that. That's a little bit of a stretch. That hurts. That hurts. Can't do that one. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts. Wow, that hurts a lot. Because I'm out of position with my body, that hurts. But if I'm down here, If I'm in position here where my hands is going straight across, and as you can see that, I got that in a row. With no stress, no pain there. Anyway. Hey, welcome C-Win. So that's, you know, when you practice music, I try to put this in an actual sequence that caught my eye. I would listen to cartoon music. Oh, good question. And welcome C-Win. That's a very good question. You have to know a chord, what a chord is, what makes up a chord. Some say it's 2 notes, some say it's 3 notes played in succession. I've always used the point of view because I was never taught to play piano by a professional teacher. I have to always put that disclaimer out. So everything I learned was hunt and peck. When I would hear a chord of a song that I could recognize from my ear, I had to first find out where is that note that I can hear on the piano. And in my early days, I sounded horrible because I didn't know where the notes were. It wasn't until I got into a school system where they taught me how to play an instrument within a band, all of a sudden I could recognize high, low, middle. I was the French horn player in my high school band, junior high school band. So my notes were in the middle. I didn't have the melody, I didn't have the bass, but I had the middle chords. So everything I play is from the middle out. So when I hear a chord of any song, I'm thinking if I'm in a band and that song is playing in the band, I know I'm in the middle, start in the middle, and then build the chords on the way out. So I am the quintessential, not play by ear, I use the term play by hear. What do I hear? What notes can I recognize once I know what key a particular song is in? If I was going, and I'll say, when I learned chopsticks, and I learned at a young age, I had to figure out where to start the notes in the key of C. And when I saw where the notes start in the key of C, I could hear 2 notes together. I'll go, okay, that's 2 clashing notes. But when you follow it out, okay, now it's got a harmony sound, but now it goes out. And now it goes to a unison note, and then back in. Now, I didn't do it like this. I did it like this, both hands. Every youngster in my group, that's my brothers and my cousins, were all young at the same time. Yes, I did do Melody from Heaven. It's already broken down. You'd have to go to the beginning of this video. It was the first song that I did. And thanks for coming in. I did do Melody from Heaven. We actually played it in the background so I can make sure I give you the chords. And we did. But you can't, well, I think on a live, you can't go back to you can pick any spot in the live. But I did cover it extensively. And I covered all the key changes also, all the way up to from F, G flat, and to G. Yes, we did. I did cover it. But now if I were here, I would not be able to do I would not be able to play the same song, Chopsticks, from here because I'm in the wrong key. I couldn't do it from here. Well, actually, if I knew the scale, I could do it from here. From here, I can't. Why? Because it needs to be 2 notes that has a interval in between, which means an interval that has to be. That's the only way to get started up right. Here, I can do it. There's an interval. There's an interval right here. Here, there's no interval. Here, there is. Here, there is an interval. So the basic piano theory was not a part of my learning. I had to figure it out. But once I got it figured out, I retained it. So if I wanted to change key from here, I go, wait a minute, I know those 2 notes sound. once I understood where the notes were from hearing it, it's like, okay, can I now build on that? And we're talking about 14 or 15. This is when I began to really get a grasp from hearing other songs in my head from learning jazz band in high school. At 14, I think I graduated a year early. Yes, I did. I graduated a year early, so I got into the jazz band, and they were doing Chicago music, the 1812 Overture, marching music. All of a sudden, I'm being indoctrinated with something other than your traditional church. My father was a musician. All he played was your James Cleveland songs, and he tried to play them the way it sounded on the album. He would argue with me, but I would say that's not the album's song. I listened to it. That's not how the guy on the album played it, but he played it to where his ability took him. He did not teach me, because after he finished playing for the organ, playing for the churches, he was a certified Hammond organ technician, which means he was fixing more organs than he was playing it from the churches where the musicians would beat the organs to death. So I was his technician at the age of 9, going with him fixing organs in not only churches but in also clubs. So when I would get a chance to sit the organ and I would hear somebody doing the boom, dum, 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 I would sit down and I try to figure out what is he doing. But then I would also listen to the Addams Family. 2, 3, 2, 3 major. I would listen to the Addams Family on television. I'll go to the piano and try to figure out where is that note at, and then how can I make it sound like that. That's the hearing part, and then retaining that, so that when I would hear more music as it was being introduced to me, I began to go to the piano and figure out where those notes were. If it was in the key of C, okay, that sounds pretty. What song did we learn? Michael Jackson. I'll be there. Or the 1, 2, 3. Wow, for so long. What was that run that they did? I forget what the song was, but that's what I would listen to, run to the piano, now that I had a point of reference, and middle C was my point of reference. Let's see, your second response. And is it better to learn a bunch of songs to thus build a chord vocabulary, or learn constructed chords and do on the fly? I apologize for the rapid request. No, not a problem. This is what YouTube likes to see, is comments on a live stream. And you've got very good points to bring up. The more songs you can absorb, and you don't have to absorb it all. That was the one thing I actually did. I was able to hear so much music repeated every week. Not church music though. What I could hear on the radio. And I'm going taking my mind back to when I really would sit down to the piano and try to figure it out, what they were doing. Was it Mission Impossible? There it is. Those theme music songs made me go to the piano and try to remember what I could hear. That's when my ear training by hearing really began to take hold, because I wanted to replicate everything I could really possibly hear. We weren't allowed to play jazz in the household, so if my brother started doing Cool Jerk, I would sit there listening to him. You see, dum 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 dum. when he got off the piano and nobody was listening, I would go back and I say, okay, I don't know what note he was in, but let me see if I can remember again by hearing, and then go and search for it. No. Oh, dum. And because I can't sing, but I have relatively good hearing, which means I can know where a note is in relationship to where it's on the piano, all of a sudden now I begin to pile on everything. So your question as to having a chord library, I didn't have that until 16 when I was working in my first supermarket job, and I was able to make enough money to go and start buying chord books from Sam Ash. All of a sudden, I still have some of those books in my basement. All of a sudden, I got to see that this is a C chord. This is an inversion of a C chord. Root, first, second. And then I would go back to those songs and going, oh, so this is where that chord comes from. And then I saw it in every key. And then because I could look at the proper fingering, how a chord is formed, they say 1, 3, 5. I was forming it like this. This is the proper way to form a chord. This is, if I had an instructor, they would have taught me the correct way, but I didn't. So I just knew I wanted to be able to hear the chord. So I would move fingers around once I saw the correct way, but I like doing it this way. Why? Because I could stretch out to an octave and get from here to here a lot quicker by doing this versus doing this and then gotta lift the whole hand and do that. Now I just shift my thumb, or thumb to pinky. So for that way, which is the incorrect way, but at least I could now get to the chords that I want to know. So once music became a part of what I could do, because I can now sit to the piano and listen to songs and then be able to know where their chords are coming from in whatever key they're in. And I began to adapt that to the songs I learned in jazz band. Now I began to adapt the jazz feel. The jazz nomenclature we didn't teach, we taught songs. And then I began to hear those songs or those chords in your television commercials. Like let me see, I used to love to play the original McDonald's commercial. You're the one. You are the only reason. You're the one. It's an E flat. Now the 5. So the 1. The 6, the 3, 6, 7. Diminished chord. At McDonald's. And then I began to recognize patterns. We used to do, let me see. I've done this in years. 6, 1, 6, 4, 5, and then I began to recognize patterns in every song that I was listening. I said, oh, I know that pattern. It's being used from a song I learned as a child. Then I would listen to the commercials, and when I got introduced into playing the hymns, they gave me structure. What is a hymn? A hymn is a song that was written from a songwriter with I'll call it a learned background. So it wasn't what you hear today. It was a taught musician who knew how to assign scale notes and your generic chords to it. So when I listen to spirituals, those are the songs of the struggling days. Let's see. Nobody knows what trouble I see. Let's put it in G flat. 4, 1, 6, 5. And I saw in a video someone made the comment that the spirituals are written all in G flat because those are all the black keys, and that's why That's why you can play any song that's a spiritual in G flat, because they only use the black notes. I didn't pay attention to that until I said, wait a minute, let me go look at that. And I go, swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. I'm like, they're right. It's all black keys, which is the what scale? Pentatonic scale. Jazz. Which means I can apply jazz chords to spirituals. So once the theory gets into your place, all of a sudden, any song you want to learn, you're just going to disseminate what chords are they using. Where did those chords come from? Are they the number system? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is the Western number system, Nashville number system, which again, the Nashville chords are country. The country style. That's why they call it CCM. They call it Christian contemporary. No, it's country contemporary music. That's where the Nashville chords are birthed from. We took advantage of those chords because they were what we heard. Though now, I say we, I'll say the African American diaspora used those chords in a lot of the songs until more trained musicians like the Tommy Dorseys, who played not only that but what had learned chords behind him and added his flavor to it. All of a sudden, gospel music, in a sense, was evolved, not born. It was already there. It just evolved into another style based upon the actual composer of that day. I often say, if I were back in that day and I had a more of a learned concept, I could have created those same songs too. But again, that's neither said nor here. That's why I keep on creating songs today, because my nature is to hear a song and learn it exactly the way I hear it. Number one, not ear, but hear. And then, what if I wrote it? What approach would I have used? Would I follow the same melody line? Would I have follow the same chord line? And most times, I would have been the melody line the first time, then I would have changed it up somewhat the second time. So going back to C-Win's question, is it better to learn a bunch of songs to thus build a chord vocabulary? Yes, but choose the songs you want to use wisely, and then learn the songs exactly the way you hear them. When I learned the song, we'll take Total Praise. I made that same mistake every musician does on Total Praise. I put that diminished chord on Hill. Why? Because every gospel song I heard had a diminished flat 7 on that chord. But Richard Smallwood is a classically trained musician. They'll use a diminished chord when they're ready to use it. I can't play the entire song, but let's see. Lord, I will lift, drop to mine eyes to your inclinations go gospel, and put that's that diminished sound you want to hear. But if Richard Smallwood is classical does not use a diminished chord. They use that's a classical turn. Why? Because when I was a youngster, I used to listen and watch the Bugs Bunny shows, and I loved Moonlight Sonata, not knowing that's what it was called. Let me see. I would go to the piano and would rack my brains because I would only hear it 1 or 2 times a year. But now that I understand that they're using classical terms, which is sevenths into minors, it made sense. Heel to a minor. Major, 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 minor, seventh, major, major, drop to minor to a major. The Richard Smallwood sound is major, minor, sevenths. Those are his three chords. Those are his signature chords. Major, a minor, and a seventh. Once you start with that understanding, you listen to his music, you're going to go, well, how would I know when he's doing a major? Seventh, minor. Let me see. Palm time to say. Why did I have to think of this song? There it is. Minor. There's your seventh. E minor seventh. Seventh major. Seventh major. Minor. That's the Smallwood template. Once you understand that template, any song he does that he starts in a minor, you know that he's going to have the minor seventh and a diminished is going to come in there. And everybody, once they understood what he was doing, then you got For Every Mountain. Seventh, diminished chord, minor, hallelujah. Four majors, seventh, major, seventh, minor. Once they understood the template of a Smallwood sound, you could write For Every Mountain, Kurt Carr. Not sure of the proper path which I joined your Patreon. On the Patreon, you have chord charts that you could download. I often, I think I've said this, what you want to do is invest in a external drive. Like this. This is an external drive. This drive is 2 terabytes. On my Patreon, you have files that are so large, for the quality reasons, and there's a lot of them. You need to have your own library of everything that's on Patreon now, and that will be put there throughout 2006, because it's 2006 on Patreon, is 2026 on Patreon is going to explode with lesson files, song files, 3-part harmony, 4-part harmony. These are the things that you need to listen to in your downtime, not when you want to practice, in your downtime, to where you just put on a pair of headphones and you want to listen to either the conversation I'm going to have, talking about a minor chord into a major chord, into a seventh chord, into a diminished chord, and then giving an example, and then giving you a practice file, either MIDI, if you have Logic Pro or any of the different DAWs on your computer, or just listen to on your headphones, go to your keyboard and mimic what you see like this or what you hear. Let me bring up one of my virtual singer packs. Because when you want to dive deep into the understanding of music, you need a path. Then we'll go to Jesus, the Light of the World. That's one of my most viewed videos on the channel. So These are my AI singers. We're going to be doing Jesus, the Light of the World. What I want you to hear is what I hear in the context of melodies. Let's take away well, let's leave the lead singer there too. This is what I hear in my head when I'm not thinking like a musician, but I'm thinking like a singer.
Jesus, the light of the world.
I hear 3-part harmony or 4 parts in my head all the time, that I can separate each note.
Jesus, the light of the world.
I hear every part, so if one is wrong, I know it.
In the light,
This took time from,
beautiful
let me turn
light,
it down a little bit.
come where the dewdrops of mercy shine bright, shine all around us by day and by night. Jesus, the light of the world.
Now, I created that from software, but if I did not know what a scale was, what a chord sounded like, how singers sound when they're in tune or out of tune, I could never have gone as far as I did. I think I put three voices on that one. I actually took the song Lift Every Voice and Sing from a hymnal, because I could read single notes, and created a track of what it sounds like. And I believe it's on the Patreon site, what the actual sheet music notes are. And then I changed the next 2 verses into what if I wrote it with a lead singer? What if I changed the entire part of it to a gospel feel? Just to give the example of what theory of music will do for your hearing. You want to be able to hear every note. When you sit down to the piano, if you can't hear every note you're playing, move away from the lower notes first, and then from the middle, and have just the top note and the lower note, and then play the song with just 2 notes. Lower the lower note and your top note. That's any song, so that you can hear what you can add to it. When I did this song, once I got it to where it sounded like I wanted, if I were training a group, and I'm not a singer, but I know what good singing can sound like, and through the power of technology and software and the Patreon support that allows me to purchase software and learn through YouTube University, who don't teach gospel. YouTube University teaches pop, they teach rock, they teach indie type music for this software. I'm the only one doing the gospel sound, because I came from an era where I learned every song I learned, I had to learn the parts to every song. So now that I want to write a song, I go, a soprano should only go this far, an alto should only go this far, a bass should go at this level, a tenor note can stretch into the alto range, but they'll be screaming, which some of my music does do that purposely, because I want that sound, that stress sound. But then I got to pick the correct voice to put with it. What you've just heard is 3 singers. Let's see, how can I bring this up? Let me, because this is important. This is what the Patreon experience is going to be. Let me create a new screen. Can I do that? If I go there, it's going to start playing music. Okay, let me open it up here, then I can shrink the size of it. Just select a new screen overlay. No, I want a new. That's what I want. Okay. There you are. That's a look at my virtual singers. That's my soprano singer right there. Let's see if I can shrink her down a little bit. Those are all MIDI notes. MIDI notes that are assigned to a AI software that says this note sung by this type of voice should sound like this, which means I have to know, first of all, what the note is in the context of a scale, and then what the sound of the vocal that is given will make it sound like. That's the soprano. I've got 4 singers, 2 tenors, 2 altos, and 2 sopranos doing this entire song. Let me do some. I don't know if you can see that. Let's see if that shows up. Okay. There we go. That's my roster. All those names you see there, those are all the voices that I have. And they're all different. Not one of them sounds the same. They're all assigned to a different sound. Solaria is my top alto. Richie is my rough tenor, bass, baritone singer. If I want to do quartet. Nile is my top alto soul singer. Natalie is my sultry nightclub style. She's a nightclub style voice. Maya is a cross between Asian and English. Liam is my last purchase, I think. He is a rock, but a smooth rock singer. Hayden is my top tenor singer, and Felicia is what was Felicia? Because I purchased them according to what their voice was when I did the actual demo before I purchased them. Felicia is a cross between opera and slightly below classical. Her voice range, her tone, the tonality, how when I give her a lyric word, how it sounds different from her coming from someone else. So they all have a part. Let me bring up a gospel song, because that's Jesus the Light of the World. This is all part of, you say, well, what should I be learning? You should be learning everything about music so that you can hear it before you play it. Let's bring up, let's see. Let's bring up something. I'm looking to see, I got so many on. These are the, Jesus Paid It All. This was one that I learned back in the 80s. It's contemporary. Yes, I did do this one. Okay. Let's turn you guys off. This is contemporary. This is 1980.
Jesus paid it all. Paid it all. Jesus do paid it all. Paid it all.
So now I got to hear all 3 parts.
For God so loved the world that he gave his
Key of
only
F.
son. So you and I can have eternal life. Eternal life. Eternal life. Jesus paid it all. Paid it all. Jesus do paid it all. Paid it all. For God so loved the world that he gave his only son. So you and I can have eternal life. Eternal life. Eternal life. Jesus paid it all. Jesus paid it all. Jesus paid it all. Jesus paid it all. For God so loved the world that he gave his only son. So you and I eternal life.
Major
Eternal
1 7 6 soft level thing.
life. Eternal life.
So, what is my demonstration here? This song did not exist in anyone's ears except in I'll say 82-ish. But because I have an understanding of choir vocals and choir placement, I could take software and create a song, create a lesson, and teach a choir. Hey, welcome, Elizabeth. And teach a choir this song. But those chords came from years of listening to other songs. The patterns, the rhythmic chops, being able to know that in the key of F, I can add this, I can take away this, I can add that. You didn't hear any drop two. Well, as important as the drop two question was, you didn't hear any drop two, but you did hear rhythmic. You did hear contemporary chord changes. You did hear jazz. You did hear some of the spiritual chords, which are the minors, the jazz chords, the flat sevens, the diminish. These are all the things contained in every song that you would possibly learn as a musician, learning to grasp the sound of music that you want to be able to play. You're going to have to find those songs. And what the Patreon site does and the YouTube channel does, there's 3,200 separate videos on the YouTube channel. Now all of them are hymns. Some of them are contemporary. Some songs I was able to put on there, I got copyrighted on. They were taken off because they sounded too much like the original album, which is how I play. And I was showing the chords from the original album. I got copyright strikes. I got one song taken off, which is okay, I understand. I had lawyers come after me. Not because the music sounded bad, because it sounded like the original. And that's what I push. The more you learn, the more you'll be able to understand that it's just notes on an instrument, provided the instrument is tuned correctly. Again, I've played on pianos that are out of tune. My ears struggle because I go, wow, I hear the third note in this string being off, to the point where in my younger days I carried a piano tuning kit so I can go onto a church Sunday morning and tweak up those notes that were bad, because I didn't want to hear notes that were actually detuned. There's no detuned piano on this one. My one downstairs does. But you want your hearing to replicate what you're playing. So if you want to do a run, key of F, bum ba da 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 bum, I'll go bum ba da 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 da. You want your hands to be able to respond to what you're in your head you're hearing, provided you know where the notes are found. So I preach scales, more than one octave. Why? Because that's where you're going to find your chords. Your chords are in the scale. And I've always had a friendly disagreement with my fellow content creators who are now coming to my side, because I listen to their channels all the time. I used to hear them say, oh, you don't need to learn scales to play. Now I hear them saying, well, this chord is found in a scale. I'm like, okay, what have I been saying for 20 plus years? Every chord is found in a scale. You just have to find the scale the chord is in. It's either the major scale or minor scale, a harmonic minor scale. But if you don't know they exist, that's what the Patreon site has. It gives you references to the books that I used. I made screenshots. I put them in a PDF file to show you exactly what I used. In fact, because I love doing this, because it is the way that I can enhance what I'm doing. The workbook, which is available on the Patreon site for free, covers everything that I talk about. And I purposely write it out. Let's see. Oh, it's coming up on that page. Let me see if I can expand this so that it becomes huge. I purposely put this work, and I did this workbook back in January of 2011, and it's still relevant today outside of a lot of these websites. They don't exist anymore. But you see, 2011, there was YouTube. There's the Sound of Joy YouTube link that was there. All the other sites don't exist anymore. I'm looking to see if it gets big enough to show you what I'm demonstrating, and to show you what the okay, it's not coming past who's in the way. Let me move something. If I move you where? If I move you down, what happens? I want to be able to show this page. Let's see, who's that? Where are you at? All right, let me do this. If I turn this off, yeah. And if I go, let's turn that off, what happens? Oh, that's you. I don't want you to go away. Who are you? Yeah, I'm messing everything up again. I want to be able to show this page that I'm showing, because this is where your first understanding is going to come from. Let me do this. Let me go here. Okay. And just gotta tell it where to go. There we go. Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. So, where does your education in what I teach goes to? You start right here. You download this workbook, which is on the site. Don't mind all of the verbiage about me. That was back in 2011. If you want a shortcut into learning chords, then you go all the way. Let me see. It's a table of contents. You go all the way to page 29 if you want a shortcut. If you say, I just want chords, I don't want to hear all this scale stuff, I want just chords. Well, that's a shortcut. Go to page 29, and what you ask for, you shall receive. Chord reference charts. This is when I began to grow in my chords out of a book. Why? Because every chord that you could possibly think of in the key of C, their designations, their inversions, how they stretch out, what fingering you're going to be using. And once you're done with C, D flat. Done with D flat, D. Done with D, E flat. Done with E flat, E. Done with E, F. G flat, all F sharp in this case, because this book said F sharp. G, A, G flat, excuse me, A, B flat, B. If you can practice all these chords, you know 75% of the chords I know, because this is where I got them from. In every key, which means I can now borrow from any key a chord that matches the scale of a song that I'm playing in. This book was I'll say the third book that I had of chords that I said, wait a minute, I've never heard this chord before until I listened to a song that played it because I practiced it. And now all of a sudden, oh, that's where they got this chord from. Not this book, but this buildup. A B7 minor 5. A B7 minor 5? What's that sound like? B7, there's your B. Oh, I know that chord. That chord is also in the whole tone scale. And guess who uses that chord? Stevie Wonder uses that chord in You Are the Sunshine in My Life. There it is. You are the sunshine of my life. You are the hand in hand. All of a sudden, all these songs I heard for years that I could never figure out what's that change chord coming from, it's in the B major scale, given a designation as a B7 minor 5. And I can't sing, but I can belt it out to the point where I need it. So this is where you go to be able to build the chords you have never played before and you didn't know what their name designated was, what scale they're built in. And this workbook is for free on my Patreon site. If you join the free site, it's there that you can download, and you will have access to what I had, which helped me to all of a sudden be able to understand where chords come from. But if you want to learn the book way, which is why I created this entire booklet back in 2000. This is version 6 when I started creating this book. If you really want to learn the correct way, you want to start off with piano keyboard tips and techniques on page 5 for the new musician. If you're not a new musician, I suggest you go through it anyway, because here you're going to learn the proper fingering, why, and the proper notes for playing scales in any key, which will help take the stress off your hands if you're not playing correctly. This relieved the stress in my hands trying to figure out how a guy's playing from one end of the keyboard I'm like, oh, so that's how they're doing it. They know where to put the thumb. Everything turns on the first finger. Number 1 finger, the thumb. Every note, every scale turns on the thumb. You go up to the key of E flat, you start on finger 3, the thumb comes in on number 2, and the 2 and the 7, or 2 and the 6. Right. All of a sudden, I can now make those same runs I hear the professionals doing. Why? Because I got a hold of theory that I never had. And guess what I give you? Minor scales with the numbering, so that you can play the Smallwood chords. And I give you a song that you can apply those chords to. And I give you the basics, major scales, and a practice session. If you've never had a practice session, this is what's on the, I think you can see it. Bring that. If you've never had a practice session, this is a suggestion. What I give you is a suggestion. You don't have to do this, but if you've never had anyone tell you or instruct you on, well, how do you practice? This is how I practice. And when I wrote this up, the cell phones were really starting to become prominent. I said, turn it off. Because the minute you break up your practice session, you may as well just throw it away. From my standpoint. Someone else will say, oh, if you're disciplined, well, discipline is the underneath everything you do in life. If you have no discipline, you can't walk into a store and not walk out buying something you don't really need for more than you should have paid for it. That's another conversation. But if you're going to do this music thing, then this is what I suggest. Now, again, if you have this already, then you don't need this. But if you don't have a path yet, I give you how it helped me get to where I am, to where whatever song I hear, I can break it down in my head, sit down to the piano, find the notes in the key it's in, and then start to omit the chords I don't hear and play the ones I do hear, and then I can learn the song in minutes versus spending a whole week just trying to get the intro down, which you really don't need unless those same chords come up. But I give you a template. If you're playing for a church, then again, this whole book was designed for the emerging church musician who nobody would share chords with. I've often given this testimony when I was a youngster in church, and I would hear the better musicians play when I would go to the organ after service, while they were still dueling, showing off with other musicians, and I would ask, how did you play that? They would either stop playing or turn and hide their hands so I couldn't see what they were doing. And that made me not angry, but I didn't understand why would he stop playing when wanted to know how did he do that. And within my mindset, I said, if I ever get to the point where I can play like these guys can, and somebody were to ask me how to do that, I would not hesitate to show them. And that's how Sound of Joy was born. Why? Because I want everybody to be able to make the same chords I can play. Which is why we have, if you follow the book, Psalm 101 is the theme for my channel. For my company name in 1992, I started Sound of Joy based on this scripture. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord. Serve the Lord with gladness. And how do I serve the Lord? By serving his people. And if you want to get this workbook for free, you don't have to join my Patreon to get it for free, but you do have to join the free Patreon. If you go to the Patreon site and join for free and go through the files that I put there purposely, you will find the workbook there for you as your gift for joining as a free member. So this is Elizabeth. You want to know how do you get that same book? It's there for free, and I put some other stuff there as an enticement to get you to want to support me financially. It is a financial. Again, I don't try to take people's money, but I do try to give the value of what you wouldn't get. And again, I'm not downing other sites that. Oh, why did that change? Downing other sites in what they present. Some of them do charge a fee to get their full lesson. I said I'm there for the musician like me who didn't have anyone to show them anything, to be able to say that, hey, this is how you play this song this way, but then let's make sure that you're up to par. I want to turn that off. Let's see, where is that? Turn this off. Yeah, that you're up to par. Can you play a scale? And most times they say, oh, I know all my scales. I go, good. Then play for me, Mary Had a Little Lamb. This is when I'm on live with someone. And then when I see them struggle to find the first note in Mary Had a Little Lamb, I very politely say, well, you just let me know that you know your scales based upon your knowledge, but you don't know the scale based upon a very basic song. And that's why I say when you're practicing, you want to be able to play the lowest note and the highest note, and it makes sense. The lowest note is the bottom. Look at all the space in between here. What happens in here? These are where the chords are. Drop two from the highest note to the lowest note. All your chords are underneath that. But now when you expand, then you go outside of that range. It's the same notes, just a higher pitch. Then you begin to use what you hear the classical people use. Again, don't leave out the middle. E flat to D flat. Da, 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 da. And all these chords I'm using are in the workbook. You just got to go find them. And once you begin to apply the different styles, which is what all the different spirituals, hymns, contemporary songs, commercial songs. I'm actually working on something for the Avengers theme. I want to be able to play that with the sounds that's on this keyboard. You can take advantage now of all the different sounds that your keyboard has. Let me see this one. You know how to, where the placement would be, because the more sounds you add, the more sounds you layered, it gets real muddy at the bottom. So now you have to now know that you can go up from the bottom down here. It's real muddy, an octave up. Two, 5. We'll end on the 4. That's the CCM 1, the 4. Come back to piano. CCM 1. Piano. If you don't have on the 4 on the CCM, you haven't played the song correctly. That's what I learned when I listen to a lot of these songs. I go, okay, they don't want to go to the 1. They want to end on the 4. Why? Because that leaves people, in a sense, a unresolved sound to be on the 4, the 1. So they can go, oh, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Unresolved. There's a psychology to music. There is. There's the happy, there's the sad, there's the pretentious, there's the tension. There's a psychology to everything. Certain chords trigger certain mood swings in people. I was never in the army. My father was. He was in the Korean War, the army. But when we learned music, our instructor was a trumpet player, professional trumpet player. He taught us what the different trumpet sounds and what they represent to those out in the field. Reveille. Dun, 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 dun. They were tones that the army were trained to recognize, to let them know what's happening. It's the same thing in music. Certain tones, certain chords trigger an emotional response or a recognized response. So if you hear a love song being played, what's it going to take you? To your first love. So they do songs like, what songs that back in my day? Trying to think what were the love songs back. I'm throwing back to the 70s. That's the R&B songs. The R&B songs have they were all number 7. Oh. You're the one, you're the only one I'm taking forever. I love you. Keep going strong. Keep going strong. Ba 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 ba. Again, these chords are not new. They were back there in the 70s. Now, I could not play this in my house, but it didn't mean I couldn't listen to it on the radio. 6, 4, 5, 1, 7. But it would resolve here. But they made those songwriters made a ton of money, and guess what? Some of those chords made their way into the church. And that's why you can play a song in a church and somebody in the back, an usher or some nurse from back there will start swaying. That's my song, because they know what song you're playing. They know where those chords came from. And the minute you throw the melody on it, they're like, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that in the house of the Lord. Don't bring that music. But you see them in the back, all of a sudden they start moving. Why? Because it triggers a memory. And that's what music should do. If you play it correctly, it will trigger a memory to the listener. I know some will like to give you that I'm playing before God so that God is blessed, so that I can usher the Spirit of God in. Okay, I understand the concept of speaking to encourage a person that is going through something, but I'm a believer in the actual truth, 100% of the time. Tell me I'm wrong. Don't tell me that I'm in the process. Tell me I'm wrong so I can correct it right then and there. Not that I'm in the process and when it's God's turn, everything will be all right. No, I didn't come up in that vein. I wasn't a victim. Neither was I victorious. I was in the process of becoming who I need to be. And as a church musician, because I am retired now, you would say, well, gee, why are you retired? Because I got tired. You look at retired, take off the I got tired to the point where physically, through my doctors and the scans, let me know it's time to do something else. Not be pushing 100, 200% to make sure the service got through. Even if everybody else wasn't pulling their weight, you had to do double the work to compensate for singers who didn't practice the songs. And that's another story that I'm probably going to make a nice YouTube, or not YouTube, but a Patreon live about burning yourself out before your time, because that's what I did. I burned myself out, and I knew I was going to retire, but okay, I need to get into that on a Patreon, and not on a YouTube live. But let's just say I picked the correct time to say enough, but I didn't mean I put down everything that I've learned since I was 8 years old, started plucking at the piano. I still remember. That's the first song I ever played on the piano, not chopsticks. Whatever that thing was, that's what my oldest brother showed me. Rolling my thumb across F, G flat, F sharp. The black scale. That's the first song I learned. Took me a while to get the thumb landing on the note. I didn't realize I could just go. I've never done that to that song. All right. I think that was, how long have I been on? 3 hours and a half already? Again, this is the last stream for 2025, 2026. Again, we're taking different directions on the channel. I still will be doing live streams. I still will be taking YouTube viewer requests on a live, but not going into detail. The details will be happening on the Patreon, and you can see the Patreon link is, my hand is right there. That's the Patreon link. You could join for free, and you can look over all 190 some odd files and see whether or not it's worth your supporting. Again, there's a lot of things you could do for that first month. If you don't like the site, all you have to do is just stop. Hey, welcome. I can't pronounce your name, JJ. We'll say JJ. Welcome. Happy New Year to you. But you can at least look over the site and see whether or not I'm doing anything that will help keep you encouraged in this music world. As I say, I'm doing a lot with AI purposely because I'm a former IBM technician. I retired after 46 years. So a lot of this technology that is wowing a lot of people, I couldn't talk about it back when I saw it. Like I saw the first PC that could take music from a keyboard and create notes on a screen back in the 80s. I was there when they did the actual demonstration. But my pocketbook wasn't. It was a $6,000 for that PC back in the 80s. What do you call it? The IBM PC. My pocketbook was saying no, but my eyes were saying, when I can't afford this, I'm going to be a part of this. So all of this that is gotten a lot of people all upset. Did you have your own choir as a musician, artist? I played for, okay. Let's put it like this. I played in a church that had 6 choirs. Started with the youngest. Sunshine Band was 1. Teenage choir was 2. Young adult choir was 3. The men's choir was 4. Women's choir was 5. I think I had played for more. Then I was the sub musician for the 2 senior choirs, Zion Gospel Chorus, Zion Gospel Choir. Zion Gospel Choir? There were 2 choirs that were called the Zion Gospel Choirs. That was the Thursday night choir. Someone else had that one. There were 2 senior choirs back in my day when I first started. So I had the responsibility of learning the songs for all of them. So I had to learn children's songs, teenage songs, young adult choir songs, because nobody wanted to sing the same song. Everybody claimed their song as theirs. Nobody else could sing it. Oh, and the combined choirs, when you put all the choirs together. That only happened around Easter and Christmas, I think. Easter, Christmas, and maybe church anniversary day. But I was responsible for learning. Even though I wasn't the only musician, I was responsible for learning the songs. Because when they were teaching the songs, they would ask me, can you play the alto part? Because they would change the key based upon the vocal level of our singers. If our sopranos couldn't hit C, they said, well, put it down to B flat. If they couldn't do it in B flat, put it down to A flat, and we'll sing it down there. Now, I had to do that on the fly. This wasn't, I had a week to go learn it. There was no transpose button. I was on a Steinway Grand, which is why I like the piano sound. I did 9 years on a Steinway Grand before I transitioned up to the Hammond organ. As people moved on, seats began to shift, and I began to move up. But did I have my own group? I could not get anybody who wanted to. I wanted to have a group called the Voices of Praise. That was the title I had. If I could get people to support me in that venture, they were fine when it came to supporting the local church body. But if Sam wanted to do something, they were busy, and I understood what that was all about. They had a life too. If you're singing, if you were in church as much as I was, which was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday rehearsal, Saturday children, and then all day Sunday, you wanted a chance to be away from the church. But when you're the lead musician, you didn't have a life. You had another rehearsal. I think I would average 6 choir rehearsals a week for 52 weeks out of the year for 25 years straight. That's what the doctor told me, Mr. Talbot. Reason why you passed out, because something you're doing is you're putting too much stress on yourself. You're borderline hypertension. You need to stop what you're doing. And that's when I began to make the necessary movements so that I could be here now having this conversation with you. But yes, no, I'm on the live.
You still alive?
Yes. So that's why you see me here now, being able to share everything that I could know musically, because when Hezekiah Walker came out, I had to learn his music. When the choir director wanted to do something from Milton Brunson, I had to learn their music. When the children's choir wanted to do something from the Walt Whitman Children's Choir, I had to learn their music. When the teenage choir wanted to do, what did they want to do? Well, still Hezekiah Walker stuff. The older adult choir thought they were still teenagers in their 40s, but so they wanted to sing all the music that they were singing. Of course, the senior choir did your spirituals and your hymns and your anthems. Anthems for the senior choir. The heavens are telling. the glory. Wow, I've forgotten that song. Wow, that's a long time since I did that song. Again, the anthems were the classical gospel songs. Well, I've forgotten that song. It turns keys. The heavens are telling. After beef me my and what they could not understand is how can I hear someone play the song and then I go to the piano and replicate it. They couldn't understand that. So how do you learn that without the sheet music? I said I listen to how you play it and I follow the patterns that you're using, and then I was the piano player. They played the organ, but the other musicians did not want to play that song. Why? Because it didn't have a pop sound. I'm like, no, it's classical music. I came up in high school playing classical music. I played the 1812 Overture and the French horn, which opened up the 1812 Overture. There we go. I haven't played it, and I still have my French horn. I don't play it, but I still have my French horn. Woo! Trying to remember those chords and the changes, but that's also drop 2 in there. Different variations of drop 2. No, I didn't direct them. They had their own. They all had their own directors. But when they wanted to learn a song, I was either told to go buy the album if it was a gospel song, or as gospel began to emerge. I still have the albums downstairs that I was asked to go buy, because we had one record store in Harlem, New York, that they said go there and get this album. Or later days, they would record the album on a cassette tape and hand me a blank cassette tape and just write on it with a piece of paper, song number 1 on this side, song number 3 on this side, and the 3 songs that I put on the tape. And I go, okay, and I go home and spend the rest of my waking time listening to the song and hearing what the song is. And once I've learned it, purposely lowering it down by 2 steps just in case they change the key. Like when I learned the song Available to You, I wanted to play it like the album. I got dinged on this one playing it, so I got to put a pause on it. With my eyes on my knees, the hearts have been broken, too many people to be free. Jazz. From the heart I feel, all I feel. I would change it. With my heart, my head, I don't need for more availability to. I would talk to so many people to be free. Lord, I'm available to you. Turn on the 6 to the 2. I will like to do what you say to do me, Lord. Nobody plays this chord. Use me, Lord. This is the circle of 4th. No. There it is. There it is, the change. Use me, Lord, to show someone the way, but enable me to say. Turn on the 3. My storage is empty. Moonlight and da-da-da. You know that. Now again, so many chords, so many songs that I had to learn. I absorbed every chord in every song I played. Even when I play it now, I'll hear the wrong note I played and I'll know, oh, swing one note up. That's the change. It's not an A flat, it is in F7 minus the A, or minus the F. Not this chord, but that's the chord. C7, my storage in E flat. E flat major, but with a G7 on the A flat. My storage is empty, but I am a grower. Dun, 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 dun. To you. Again, all these chords I've learned in jazz band, in a gospel song. But again, you have to understand that the latter-day musicians in gospel came from learned jazz musicians. Why? Because they had a sound that was not the actual traditional sound. Okay, don't want to miss anybody. The wife is looking at me funny. I told her I was going to be on the live stream, and she walked by. Are you still live? Well, yes, I am. Let's see. I want to make sure I didn't miss anyone that came in and asked a question. Just going through. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, Rachel. I'm sorry, I missed that question. In addition to learning, let me just pull that question out here. In addition to just learning songs by ear, is there an app that you would recommend? That wasn't supposed to do that. Again, my mouse, I gotta go and turn down something. It's too sensitive when I'm just want to. Depends on the songs you want to learn. One thing about YouTube University that I'm discovering, that there's nothing I can instruct or teach in that someone else who's much better than I am has already taught. Which is why I can go to a professional's channel and learn something about the piano that I never learned. Yeah, I may have figured out how to do it to reach my comfort level. But when I see the correct way of doing it or how they do it, is it Piano Note? It's two guys that run a channel. They are professional jazz musicians. When they talk the number system, they talk in the form of the jazz players and the chords. And I'll sit and I'll watch them and I'll go, okay, I can't do that. Then I'll see. And now when I hear them doing gospel, I'm like, okay, listen, what can you do in gospel? Oh, okay. So that's where that came from. It's kind of a walk down in B flat that he was doing. I can't remember what it was, but he was going down in B flat. And I'm going, oh, that's where that chord. It's going. Let me see. What is it? But he did it so smooth. I'm like, I can't do that. I can't do that. Okay. But an app, I say go to YouTube University, and then, because I'm not the only musician or musician instructor on YouTube. I can look at how many, from my site, I get a lot of information that they make available to me, and they let me know what are my viewers looking at besides me. And I go, okay, so they're going over his channel. He's got 1,000 subscribers. They're going to his channel. I mean, he's got 10,000. No, he has 100,000 subscribers. They go into his channel. He's got 270,000 subscribers. He's got 80,000 subscribers, and I can see the channels that other viewers from my channel go to. So I'll go there and I say, well, what are they getting from there that I'm not covering? And they're covering the things that I don't cover. I help you get comfortable playing for your church. They help you get comfortable playing R&B, playing fusion, playing like this person. They'll break down a song from a skill set from another musician, or they use a dominant 7 over a major 5th. And I'm like, okay, I just say in this key, in this song, these are the chords according to this melody that helps sound this song to sound like that for Sunday morning. They're getting you more ready for the studio. Well, that's why I say it's good to have more than just one site that you do patronize with your viewership, because I don't know everything. I know enough so that you can get through Sunday morning and be prepared for the next Sunday morning. Your last question. There was another question. Oh, I was asking if there's an ear training app that you would recommend. Who were these two gentlemen? Oh, the other sites. Sean Wilson, tremendous musician. I learn a lot whenever I go to his site. And there's Pretty Simply Music. There's gospel musicians. In fact, let me do that because I have nothing to hide. I'll show you where other people that come to my channel go to besides me. Let's see. Analytics. Audience. Make sure I don't share too much. Okay, I think I can share this. Because I was here in 2000. Okay, I was here in, what's this? Get rid of that. I was here in 2006. These guys weren't, but and that's not all of them. Why isn't that showing everybody? But this must be the last 28 days. But as you can see, this is just page 1 of the other sites that my audience goes to. Saucy Sounds, which I checked them out. Pianic, Piano Groove, 167,000 subscribers. Dreamhouse Music, Gospel Piano for Beginners. He's a newbie. Noah Kalman, 198,000 subscribers. And let's see. These are the other ones. Again, Daquan Bowens, yes. I remember when he first got started. Terrence Fisher, he's already past me. He maybe started 2 years ago. George Granville, he's a newbie. George Samuel's a newbie. Desiree D, she's a newbie. Now, they're not all gospel, but the majority of them are. And I think the top ones should be on this page. Okay, no, they're not there. I'm surprised. Well, this is the last 28 days. These are the other sites. George Fuchs, who I actually go to, 82,000. He's jazz. Jeff Snyder, and I haven't been to his page in a while. 332,000 subscribers. Valiant Bales, I haven't been there. Judith McAllister. Oh, she opened up she's teaching music now? Well, okay, people go to her page. And you're looking at some of my analytics on this page. This is some of the things that happen that help me keep track of what's going on my page. As you can see what it says here. When are you on YouTube? This is when I get my most viewers on a Saturday. And again, I thank those of you who do come. But I'm in that sweet spot when everybody comes to my page. So I know when not you, but when people are here on my page. So I make sure don't plan nothing on a Sunday because they're in church. And during the week, of course, I have to be conscious that people do have a life outside of me. But that's how I know what to do and when to do it. My subscribers, of course, if you don't hit that notification bell, you won't know when I go live. That's what I'll say. Please hit that notification bell. As you see, I get many non-subscribers based upon who is subscribed to me. This is an analytic that I look at every time I go on YouTube. I want to know, okay, where are my subscribers at? Or are they not being notified by YouTube? And I found out that you're not. This is another contentious point I have. The age groups of those who do come to me, female, it's very low compared to male. My demographics, I want the 13 to 17-year-olds. They are the future for this channel. So you see a lot of my music being tailored towards R&B, trap, dark colors, dark sounds, chords. I'm pulling a book out on how to get this up to at least 10% next year. 18-year-olds, that's that 10. I want the 13 to 17. Those are the new musicians. 25 to 34, those are your currently active church musicians. 44 church musicians. 40, they're still maybe semi, and then the old guys are bringing up the bottom. 65 years and plus, that's where I am. I'll be 70 next year. But that lets me know that my music has to be tailored. This demographics, top geographies, I'm going to work on that next year. United States is a great supporter. United Kingdom, Canada, South Africa, Nigeria, they're growing. They weren't that high before, but I'm doing a lot of different music that's tailored toward them. Because the more views I can get, then I can monetize a lot of the music I'm doing and grow. This is the most important thing that I look at right now, that the majority of my viewerships are on their phone. And when you're on your phone, you're not going to be looking to look at a full-length video. You want 23 to 30 seconds. That's where YouTube Shorts come into play. That's why you see me, I think I've done 41 shorts in the last 21 days, testing to see who's watching what and why. Because that's where the most viewerships are. Maybe you see a short of a chord that you want to run home and practice, but you'll see it on the phone before you see it on your tablet, your computer, or a TV. So that's a target for 2026. That's why I'm doing so many shorts. And I can, again, break it down by demographics. How many shorts, as you can see, the mobile phone is seeing 75% of the shorts I make are being seen on the mobile phone. So that's where my target is not now. My target is doing shorts. Live. Well, as you can see, almost 50% is watching it on a mobile phone. Television, tablet, so it kind of evens out there. But those are the demographics that I'm working with for 2026, moving things off of YouTube and from a formal standpoint. What else is on this page that I don't mind sharing? Oh, what your audience watches, so that I'd see what it is that you want to learn that I'm not showing you. There's Son Wilson, there's Norman Hutchin, there's Open Studio, there's Panic. So I look at what title are they using, because that's a way of hooking people into your sites. This is all the stuff that I look at purposely because I want to know, am I doing my job correctly? Because this lady used to be a drummer, now just added singer, the climax. 39,000 views. I haven't seen 39,000 views on a full video ever. I just got to 5,000 views on a short this week because I used an NFL player's victory dance, and I put music to it. Learn to play gospel music. That's a year ago. I look at the ones from a week ago, or from this coming week. Those year ago ones, I said, you know what, that's a one-off. I don't know if anybody's still there. Think gospel piano is hard. Try mini pro chords, beginner friendly. I need to go and see what that is, because he got 4,000 people 5 days ago to look at it. This is what I go through it early in the morning. This is what I'm doing. Jesus, What a Wonderful Child. That's 6 years ago. Or Christmas Tree 4 days ago. How come I didn't do this so I can get that many views? I go, gee, I know that song. Why didn't I do it? Jesus, Oh, What a Wonderful Child. That is a song production 4 years ago. But this lets me know. Oh, so stop playing Hard to Handle the old way. Try this. Okay, so I didn't update my Hark the Herald Angels sing. I saw this video that he did, but he got 3,000 views on it, which means opportunity that I missed. But if I don't, as I say, pay attention to the pot, I won't know that it's not boiling. So those are the other gentlemen that are out, gentlemen and ladies that are in the same arena as I am. But I will say this. Not a one of them will give you an AI vocal to practice with, or will show you how the Suno site works for gospel music or for any kind of music. Not any of them will actually do that. I'm the pioneer there. In fact, they'll have to come and watch my videos because I share how I do it. I don't hide that fact. I share how I do it because I want everybody to have an opportunity to be a participant in this era of music creation, and especially in the actual learning of music. All right, I'm going to bring this to a close so that I don't wear out my voice. I'm going to hour 4, but I do want to, again, for those who are watching on my Facebook page and the simulcast link to Musician in the Gospel Music Ministry, I want to thank you for your support throughout the year of 2025. I know I've been flooding all these different sites with music. I do that purposely so that you will see that I hide nothing. If I share an R&B chord that I learned in my past that is relative to you to know today, I want you to see my fingers across the keyboard, to see the chord's designated name from the Chordy app. And if I put a beat with it, I want you to be able to know that you can take that same pattern and learn what it feels like. These are all the chords I hear in my head. I'm changing up. What key am I in? Am I in C or am I in E flat? Actually, I'm in C minor, which is also E flat. There's my C. Now I'm in E flat. Now I'm in C. That's where I am right now. How I can help musicians become more proficient on their instrument and then take advantage, if they have a keyboard with multiple sounds and a beat, how they can become the new songwriters of this era. And I could take that beat, send it up to Suno, and it'll put a whole orchestration around it in seconds. Literally in seconds. All I gotta do is record it, upload it, and in seconds I'll have and if I want singing with it, I can add the lyrics and it'll put singers with it to match the exact tenor of how I played it without going to a human person. But but it starts with a human, you might say. It starts with a human, but it's finished off with AI music generation. All right, so thank you all. I always go down the list of those who were here and commented so I can acknowledge you. And we're going to start with Jeff Armstrong. He was the first one in. Stephen Wilson, Rachel, Reggie Music, Terrell, Ratcliffe, yes. C. Win, thank you. And I can't pronounce all of that, but Melodies from Heaven is on the beginning of this live. So it's going back 4 hours ago. I covered the entire song and the key changes, so it is there. Let's see who else joined us. I know that someone else came in. Elizabeth, yes. Prophetic Praise Psalmist, yes. JJ. And I think JJ was the last to come in. Yes. Thanks and Happy New Year. You were the last to come in. So thank you all. I'll be on Patreon. If you're a Patreon member, I may be on Patreon. And I won't be there before the end of the year. Not on New Year's Eve, because a lot of you will be in church. I'm retired from being at those services to the wee hours of the morning and a little bit past. But I'll be on the Patreon. I may do it tomorrow night after everybody gets in, just to do my end of year greetings and thank yous and share some stuff that I can't do on YouTube there, as far as airing some of the music, doing some song breakdowns, and getting them prepared for what's coming. I think I'm going to go to I'm a Amazon affiliate. I have to put that link back up into my site, but I'm going to be recommending for the Patreon members a generic drive that they can order that they'll be able to use to host all the files that that are currently on the Patreon site and that will be coming in 2026. This way they will have their own digital Bible, you might say, of stuff. But there's some chords which I have not even shown yet in some of the books I have. I'm going to go to those books, and since those books are already 20 years old, I have a whole book of jazz runs which I haven't even started to go through. I'm going to go through that and show some of the fingering for that, and then share some of the pages in that in another PDF for 2026. So Patreon is going to be the place to be. I'll be talking about Patreon every time I go live. I'll be mentioning it in all of my videos. You see that Patreon link there, and I'll be saying you need to go to the Patreon and look to see what we're doing over there, because that's where we're really going to be building the musician beyond the church. And I really mean that, because nobody says church is going to be here forever. With the issues that are happening in our world today, and the cost of living. And you heard it from here first, and I didn't hear from anybody else. You're hearing it from me. I was trained to be an observer of where we are in the times. As an IBM tech, we knew in advance when we need to start, as they say, cutting the head count before it got too bad. So in my own experience of knowing what the situation looks like, you may find churches doing an inventory count of musicians. Do we need 5 musicians? When 2 and a drum machine will do. So I'll be preparing musicians to make that transition to finding additional work and giving them thoughts. You know, maybe you should learn to play for a breakfast club or for an evening venue where you can play chords that may not be Jesus on the main line, but you'll be able to play chords that to help you get somebody dropping into some coins into your digital, as they say, pot. Nobody does it now. They just go to Cash App, Venmo, or Zelle, and they'll send you something in appreciation for your good music. I want to get musicians to that point where every time they sit down, no matter what venue they're in, the sound coming out of them will be a joyful one. So thank you all. Thanks for watching those on Facebook and the simulcast over with musicians in the Gospel Music Ministry. If anyone here is on Patreon, as you know, you can always reach me through Patreon directly. My phone is tied into my Gmail. Whenever you send me a message, my phone clicks and I see you there. I immediately run to see what can I get you, what can I do for you. You don't have to wait. Of course, YouTube, you put up a comment, I won't see it until the next time I'm on the YouTube if I'm not currently creating content. I think I showed you in the live the content that I'm doing in shorts. I still have another thought process going through my head. I've already started production of it, but I'm going to, and I'll share this with you as the content creator who's really getting into it from the AI side of it. I am going to do an AI fashion show. Yes, I am doing an AI fashion show. And I had AI create for me. I have an AI model or an AI meme or muse, as you say, someone that I can use in my videos to spur the interest of the 15 to 18 group. I have someone that AI created. I gave the specs. AI created this muse for me, and it can be dressed in anything I want. And I actually said I want to put her next to a Tesla car dressed in this certain outfit that the AI recommended for the 2026. And in less than 30 seconds, I'm looking at a picture that it created. And I'm like, wow. Wait till I put the video to it. Because I used up all my minutes for the month on my video site, which I'm subscribed to. I used it up because I got so amused. Enthused creating videos just from images. I used up all my moments, and I said I'm not going to pay another $180 for. I'll wait till I get lined up for the next month. But now I have an idea what I'm going to do with it. So there's a lot I'm going to be doing. A lot of content creation, a lot of participating, a lot of competing against the channels, because YouTube now is going to be featuring the smaller channels when they start doling out views in the test case. So I'm going to be monitoring what are they testing for, and I want to be ahead of the curve. I want to say, okay, I'm jumping on the spring now, I'm jumping on February now, I'm jumping on the summer season now, music wise and visual using AI, so that I can be in front of the head of the curve. And if there's anything financially there that I can gain to allow me to be able to purchase an upgrade. This drive I got to upgrade. It's got an old, this is the older drive. It's 4 gigabytes, I believe. But even I can, let me see, it's a Passport for Mac. But it's got the old spinning drive in it. I know one day it's going to wear out, so I'm going to have to transfer all of this to a flash, a more up-tempo drive. This is not a drive, but it's got to look like this, so that this can become a much faster drive and more secure. So that's what technology does for you. If you slow down and blink, it'll pass you by. I hope to be able to keep you as informed as I am, as I learn something new through this medium, be able to share with you so that you can be a part. Hey, Sub-Zero, welcome. Sub-Zero is a long time watcher of this channel. So of course, you know, Merry Christmas to you, past, and Happy New Year, future. And the YouTube channel is still going. I'll still be here. As I say, I'll be monitoring viewer requests. If it's a quick hymn that I can do in 10 minutes or less, I may just do that. But if it's a song that I got to stop to learn, no longer will I be learning a song in E flat to put it in the key of D flat or put it in the key of C. Those days are gone. I'm not doing that anymore. Even on the Patreon side, I won't do that. I'll teach it in the correct key, because especially if I'm doing it from a song that I'm learning it from, and then with the proper training, you'll be able to put it in any key you want. My job is to give you the proper training to be able to do that. Sub-Zero, you are the last person to come in at the comments, so you are the last spoken word or typed word on the stream. Thank you for being a part of this. And I believe we have currently 9 people who are watching us Thank you all. Thank you for the likes. We got 16 likes, 9 people. That's over 100%. YouTube loves that. That means they'll push the replay out to this, out to other people. I did air some music that it may come after me on. That's okay. It's enough for me to just answer their questions. What do you want us to do? Cut the stream or mute that sound? I always say, well, just mute the sound. Leave the rest of the stream up. Those are the YouTube games. Those are the YouTube back and forth. I understand why they do it. The legal people have now come into the YouTube space where they want to make money too, and I understand that. Nothing wrong with that. But I want to be able to share as much so that you can also do this on your own. In fact, I do recommend that many of you who are watching me, you should start your own YouTube channel, because YouTube is being friendly to new emerging channels. And just pick up your phone and start recording. I recorded something tonight. Just before I came on live, I had my daughter, who is a personal chef. I had what do you call those things? Leftovers. Yes, I had leftovers, and before I began to eat it, hey, welcome, Terrace. Before I began to eat it, I looked at it. I said, man, this looks so good. And I said, wait a minute. I need to do a video of this leftover food, create a 25 to 23 second video of my daughter's leftover food. And I began to start videotaping it. And I'll put it to music, and I'll put it as a short. I want to see it. I don't think I uploaded it to the computer yet. No, it's still on the phone. I don't think I uploaded it yet. Let me upload it so that you can get an understanding of where my mindset is. That everything or anything that you put on YouTube can go viral if it reaches the heart of that person. Let's see if I can pull this up. Who do I want to give it to? Wait a minute. Will that come up like that? Okay, let's do this. Okay. So that you get an understanding of where my mindset is right now. I'm going to find this right screen. Okay. Let's turn it on. No, I don't want that one. Oh, wait, yes, I do. Let's... Okay. I'm going to do a video on this. I don't quite have a title name yet, but this is the leftovers from Christmas meal that I said, you know what, I can shoot a video on this and people will watch it. Because you're watching it right now. Now imagine putting music to this. And putting in some text prompts over it, mac and cheese and roast beef, collard greens with cabbage and red rice. Your mouth is watering right now. So yes, I am becoming a YouTube content creator, because I see other people eating in their cars, eating a sandwich in their cars, and then I look up and they got 30,000 views. There we go. And I'm saying, wait a minute. Is it that easy? Is that all I have to do? Just present something, but I can do what they don't do. I could put live music behind it, or live playing of music. turn on the keyboard, find a beat, find a nice vibe to put with it. And that's what you see me doing on YouTube. That's what I was eating. What was I eating? Was I eating an apple pie? I was eating an apple pie from McDonald's, and I messed up the video. Messed it up. I didn't have the camera centered on me. All you saw was maybe 1/3 of my face. That video got almost 990 views because I had a nice beat going on in the background. So yeah, that's where I'm about right now. Content creation from a small channel. 42,000 subscribers is considered small, even though I've been here 20 years compared to the other channels. But no one else is doing that. So I'm pioneering being able to take advantage of what the AI is allowing me to do. And yes, I'm using ChatGPT and Gemini to help guide me through this process. In fact, Gemini is the AI entity that YouTube is using. So Gemini will actually look at my video, and I'm surprised how fast it goes from the beginning to the end, and tell me everything it saw in the video and suggest what I could change to get more views. If you're not, as I often say nowadays, if you're not riding this wave, then you're on the shoreline watching everybody else do it. And I don't want to be on the shoreline when I know that I can also compete, provided that everybody has access to the same tools. So Sub-Zero, again, thank you for being the, oh, I'm sorry, Terrence. You're the last to come in on the stream. So you are the ender entity, the ender viewership on tonight's stream. I can hear my voice starting to go. I got my water here. I need to finish that and then work on getting some another meal inside of me, and then work on my video for my my daughter's leftover video. And what chords would I put with it? What chords would I put with leftovers? Happy New Year to you, Terrence. What chord should I put with the leftovers? I've done a lot. My site loves the EP sound. I always make sure I stay there within that, in those leftover. What chords would be good with leftover food? I need the inspiration of leftover food. Let's see. Bring it back up. Music for leftover food. Trying to move this. Leftover food music. Let's get the video going. I only need 23 seconds, but I gotta chop it up to get the full view of everything that's there. So if I'm doing music for leftover food, let's see. Getting a phone call from my brother. If he's watching the stream or not. I don't like that one. Let's change it up. Change it up. I'll figure it out. But that's what I like to do. To be able to create. To make sure that there is no emergency. Oh, okay. Just checking up on me. Oldest brother. As they say, somebody had to be first, and it wasn't me. But he's the oldest, and he got first dibs. There was a lot of us, 8 of us in total. But enough food was made so that nobody went home or nobody went to sleep on an empty belly. Well, again, thank you all. The leftovers are making me hungry. It looks amazing. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. So it's supposed to make you hungry. So now I know that when I post that video, and you'll be able to see it. Hopefully, you will get notified by YouTube. As I say, YouTube changes the rules. If I post a video, they select who gets to see it on their timeline. It's not automatically set to those who actually sub. That's the algorithm issue that I've been dealing with, that I've been trying to that's what I want to use. I've been trying to maneuver around. I guess that's the correct word. If I post this kind of video, who is it going to send it to based upon how I word it? So if I put it in leftovers, the YouTube algorithm is going to say, okay, let's find an audience that likes leftover food. But I have music also in the video. But it'll say, what, you said leftovers, so we're going to find who likes leftover food, and then it'll be searching through all these feeds of people who have clicked on leftover food in the past. So now I got to look at it. Okay, mac and cheese, ribeye, and rice, and collard greens. So now I've got 4 potential buckets it could send that video to. And then music. Okay, so people who like collard greens, macaroni and cheese, rice and ribeye, and music. So that's 5 potential groups that it will go out and find 50 people. I think that's the first phase, who like all 5 of those things. Let's see how many swipe. Now, if you don't like music, but you like the food, you'll watch it all the way through. If you do like music, you don't like the food, you'll swipe. Okay, that's a negative. Oh, so only 20% of the people swiped on it or watched it. How long did they watch it? Well, if it's a 23-second video, they watch 10 seconds up. It's a bad video. We're not going to send it to anybody else. The problem is I don't get notified that it's not being sent out. I look at the count and I go, why is it stuck on 10 for the last 3 hours? Then I got to go in and ask the AI, look at the video. What do you see wrong with it? Well, you should maybe do this. You shouldn't maybe do that. You should maybe start with the best part of the video and not with the worst part. So I said, okay. I go into the lab. That's what the lab is for. I go back into the video. I re-engineer where I start, cut. But the next time I'll throw a picture in to break up the monotony of seeing me scan over food, and then send it back up again and see what floats. And then what YouTube says is that it resends it out based upon the new title, thumbnail, the new description, what it has seen in the video that says it doesn't look like the previous one. Because if you just change the title and send the previous one out, it's going to say, well, they didn't like it the first time, I'm not going to send it back out a second time. This is the world of AI. That's the one downside of it. You don't have an emotional person that says, oh, I want to share this with Sub-Zero because I know he's hungry right now. Sub-Zero has to have on his feed, well, I like food videos. And so it'll send it to Sub-Zero. Why? Because in the past, he's clicked on, he likes food videos. This is the new, and this just started in September. I'm just finding out about it in November when I'm wondering, why am I posting videos and it's only getting 10 views, 15 views? And I got all these people who subscribe to me. Are they not seeing this? Don't they care? And then I find out, oh, the algorithm has changed. It's completely AI driven, and it determines based upon about a survey of people who might like this video. If they like it, we'll send it to 50 more. If they like it, we'll send it to 100 more. Well, when does Sub-Zero get to see it? I'll never know. Unless Sub-Zero says, hey, I was just going through your site and I saw you have a new video up. I'm like, okay, so you didn't get notified even though you have notifications turned on. I'm sure they're going to work it out throughout 2026. I want to have enough stuff out there on the platform to take advantage of it if they do change it. I think they did make a change this week, which I got to go back and review on the sites that do keep track of this much better than I do. But thanks, Sub-Zero, for letting me know that the leftovers are making you hungry. That was the intent. Because when I looked at it, before I dove into it, I said, you know what? This would be something that people might want to see. But put some music around it so as they're looking, I can at least get them for the first 3 seconds, because that's what you get. You get 3 seconds to capture somebody. After that, you get 10 more seconds. 10%. You got to get to 3 seconds. You got to pass. Then you got to pass 30 seconds. If they don't click on it by 30 seconds, the video gets shelved. 30 seconds of response. If you get over 75, it'll send it out to 200 or 300 more people right away. So a lot of my videos that have gone, in my case, viral, over 1,000, is because I captured more than 50% of the people of the viewership. So that'll be my point. Maybe I'll have the video flip, turn upside down like this, screenshot it really close on something, flip around again. And this is for the people who watch shorts, and the short watchers watch it on their phone. So this is purely just for the phone people. Again, if I don't go, I won't go. Thank you all for spending some time with me. I will probably pop in before the end of the year, just to sort of keep a running dialogue. Maybe get the last viewer request in before 2026. And then again, as I say, I'm not going to refuse them, but I will recommend that you go to the Patreon site for the full breakdown. If anything, if I touch on it, it'll be just maybe 20 seconds, because I never get more than that many views when I do a long stream or a long video anymore. So I may just do 20, 30 seconds, first chord, second chord, closing chord in 20 seconds. Then I'll post that and say, for the full video, go to the Patreon site, provided that person is on Patreon. So thank you once again. We'll take you out on some of the songs from Suno that I created for the Easter. I got some of those songs there too. For the Christmas time, you heard one of them. Let's see which one we're going to share with you, and then I'll say my goodbyes in the comments. Thanks again for watching Sam Tolbert, Sound of Joy. And this is the new merchandise. It just came this week. I was hoping it would come in for the end of the year. This is the new merchandise. I still have the old one, but this is the new. We're in the lab. We're figuring this thing out for 2026. Thanks for watching. Your participation in the comments and your likes are very much appreciated. See you on the next live stream. We out. Exit stage right.
Silent night, holy night. set us free on the night that Christ was born. On the night that Christ was Jesus, 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 Jesus. Oh, what a wonderful child. Jesus, Jesus, so holy, meek and mild. New life, new hope, oh, new joy he brings. Listen to the angels sing. Glory, glory, glory to the newborn King. He was born into a world that's searching for peace, that's searching for light in the